Xiao's face darkened. What? There were still reinforcements? Quickly kill them. Now that Luanyu was alone, it was the best time to surround and kill him. He himself also turned into a bolt of lightning and shot over. Luanyu's expression changed greatly. No longer caring about the fierce battle, he shouted, "Let's go!" He turned around and fled. It's too late to escape now. The lightning passed through him and appeared in front of him. He formed a seal with his hands and slapped it. Luanyu was shocked. However, he was still a battle-hardened veteran. With a flash of his dragon body, he directly merged into the void, leaving behind an afterimage. Bang! The afterimage was shattered by Xiao, who cried out in surprise, "Movement technique law!" A green figure walked out of the void again. The ground under his feet shrank, and he had already walked thousands of feet away. Humph! If I still let you escape like this, that would really be a joke. Xiao sneered, his right pupil turning into a blood moon as he shouted, "Helios Luna!" The entire space suddenly became soft and dazed. Yuri's footsteps immediately came to a halt, following the fluctuations of the path up and down. He was in a daze. The Liao brothers flew up from the left and right, each making a hand seal. A strong light spread out from the two of them and turned into a six-sided shape, gathering in the air. Under the fusion of the two hexagons, hundreds of edges and corners were immediately formed, forming an irregular ball of light that imprisoned the ruling plume. Dragon Field Nebula Art. Luanyu's expression was grave. If he was not careful, he might really die here. And Feng Yaoli was still watching from the side, which made him extremely angry. He formed a hand seal, and the dragon realm around him rotated, turning into a rose in his palm. He slapped it out. Boom! The barrier set up by the stellar star Abyss brothers shook violently under this attack. The power of the dragon realm was like an avalanche, each wave stronger than the last. "I'm just struggling to the death." As Xiao's voice rang out, a golden sword beam fell from the sky and stabbed into the barrier. "Retreat! Retreat!" Liao Xingxian shouted, and the two of them retreated abruptly. Their figures flashed back and disappeared into the void. The Luanyu's dragon realm charged out like a flood discharge from a dam, and its momentum rapidly fell. At that moment, Xiao's shocking sword came down from the ninth heaven, and he and his sword were as one. Luanyu was greatly alarmed. Unable to dodge in time, he could only brace himself and charge forward. His hands formed an incantation gesture in front of him, transforming into the shape of a dragon to meet the attack. Bang! The dragon claw struck the sword, creating a boundless light wave. The sword chi swept in all directions, and Luanyu's arm was scraped by the sword light. Pieces of dragon scales flipped up, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was so painful that he grimaced in pain. Bang! Luanyu couldn't take it anymore, and was sent flying 10,000 feet away after spitting out a mouthful. But as soon as he stabilized himself, he turned around and turned into a light to escape. "You crawling worm, you've been struggling at death's door for God knows how many years. You should have been buried a long time ago. Is there any meaning in living like this?" In front of Luanyu, two rays of light flickered. Can and Phoenix appeared respectively and looked at him coldly. With Luanyu's current body, it was full of holes. It was difficult to deal with even one person, not to mention that there were Void Extreme God Realm experts all around. Could be said that there was no way out. Luanyu's face was pale. "Brother Li, save me," he cried. Feng Yaoli shook his head and sighed. "Brother Zhiyu, you have to be independent. You have to rely on yourself. Not to mention, this was a matter of life and death. If he didn't work hard to fight for it, how could he rely on others? I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again if we're fated." Luanyu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared furiously, "Feng Yaoli, you're ruthless enough." Feng Yaoli sneered and ignored him. He walked out of the sea forest alone. Xiao narrowed his eyes. This Feng Yaoli was also a disaster, and it would be best if he could get rid of him as well. But at the moment, he had to distinguish the primary and secondary, as Luanyu was the biggest disaster. The key was that everyone had been exhausted from the repeated battles with Qiu's subordinates, and Feng Yaoli was at his peak. If they were to make a move, even if they could make him stay, they would have to pay a painful price. Qiu and Danu were also killed by Pan Yi and Gu Qingqing. Qiu knew that they had lost the battle, so he quickly said, "Bo Mu, I agree to your conditions. Quickly stop. At this moment, everything is decided by young Master Yun. I do not have any opinions." Bo Mu raised his eyes and said, "Li Yunxiao." Qiu cried out anxiously, "Li Yunxiao, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yunxiao said, "Can't you just die in peace? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me?" His eyes were filled with mockery as he ordered, "Kill him!" The prisoner was shocked and angry, and even a little confused. He was an expert who had transcended the past and the present. Although the other party was the Divine Realm Tablet Master, he was still a human with shallow qualifications after all, and he did not put the other party on the same level at all. The conditions that Bo Mu had stated before were simply an insult to him. However, he had never expected that the other party would ignore his insulting conditions. Shouldn't the other party be ecstatic? Qiu En's pride as a dragon was crushed by Yunxiao. In his anger and shame, he was caught off guard and was hit in the chest by Pan Yi. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. "Master Qiu!" Danu was shocked. She was also entangled by Gu Qingqing and couldn't get away. But at this moment, he couldn't care much about it. After exchanging a blow, he managed to buy himself a moment of time. He flew towards the prison and struck Pan Yi with a hand knife. Bang! Pan Yi easily caught it. He turned his hand and grabbed Danut's arm. A powerful illusory light power pressed over and shattered her protective Zhen Yuan with a bang. Ift! Danu spurted out a mouthful of blood and lost all feeling in her arm. She was completely restrained by Pan Yi and shouted, "Lord Qiu, run!" The prisoner's face was pale as he gave Yunxiao a resentful look, then turned and fled. "You're really shameless to use a woman's life to exchange for an opportunity to escape." Gu Qingqing sneered and chased after him. Bo Mu, who had been seated on the magnificent Buddha lotus seat this entire time, suddenly raised his head, looking at the sky above the forest of the sea, a look of shock in his eyes. Yunxiao seemed to have sensed something as well, and he shouted, "Quickly kill Wanyu!" A few extremely powerful forces suddenly appeared in the void, almost at the same time. Can and Phoenix had also felt it. In their haste, they immediately made their move. The two huge gusts of wind exploded and turned into a sharp qi that swept over. Luanyu also sensed the person outside the void and desperately used the dragon realm. He roared, "Save me!" Boom! The two sharp forces blasted into the dragon field. The dragon scales on Luanyu's body shattered and large amounts of blood spurted out. Yunxiao even teleported up and slashed the red sword at his neck. Bang! A similar sword light fell and hit the red slash of sword death, causing an intense light to burst out. The newcomer held a sword, but he seemed to be no match and was pushed back a few thousand feet. However, Luanyu also managed to catch her breath. She displayed her true dragon celestial body and retreated. Bomu couldn't help but sigh, and said in a soft voice, "Sigh, I'm still one step too late. It's the will of the heavens." The sky above the forest of the sea was covered with dark clouds. A large amount of aura pressed down, and circles of light appeared in the sky, transforming into the Sea Tribe's warriors. Yunxiao's face did not look too good as he stared at the person who had just attacked. It was the dragon head of the rain land of the East Sea, holding the sword of the world in his hand. The dragon head was much more powerful than when it was at the East Ocean, and its body emitted extremely pure dragon qi. It must have undergone many changes over the years. Ha, ha, ha. I finally made it. The heavens didn't kill me. Ift, ift. Having survived a disaster, Luanyu was overjoyed and overexcited, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before he finally stabilized. In the sky, hundreds and thousands of cultivators appeared. They were all from the major races of the four seas and were arranged in four camps. The ones who ruled the four camps were the royal families of the four seas. What? Palong's face was filled with shock. What are you guys doing? Heh, are you surprised? The dragon head kept the sword and smiled. The Four Seas royal clans are part of our dragon race's bloodline to begin with. What's there to be surprised about, Lord Poron? Although a hint of anger flashed through Poron's eyes, his expression remained calm. He nodded and said, "All right. I originally thought that the Four Seas were in turmoil and I was afraid that you would be affected, so I had everyone leave early. I didn't expect you to be the source of the chaos." The royal families of the Four Seas all had embarrassed expressions on their faces, not daring to meet Palong's gaze. Xianxia glanced around and said coldly, "They are just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There are only a few true immortal realm warriors. Are they going to fill the sea?" "Hee, filling the sea? You really dare to say that?" Luanyu sneered. "Don't worry. There's still more." Feng Yaoli, who was about to leave, stopped as well. He stood in the sky and watched. Cho was also shocked. He stared at the dragon head with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through its appearance and see through its heart. However, the dragon head turned a deaf ear to this, as if it didn't put him in its eyes at all. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above the Sea Tribe warriors. Many towering figures stood in the forest of the sea. The true faces of the huge phantoms could not be seen clearly, but their heads were in the sky and their feet were on the ground. "This is a Xianxia." Xianxia gave Water Fairy a strange look and asked suspiciously, "A deep sea monster?" Water Deity's eyes were also filled with shock and confusion. "That's right. It's the deep sea giant beast." Luanyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "But these are not ordinary deep sea monsters." Even if he did not say it, Xianxia could feel it. These deep-sea monsters were far superior to the Daodu and Mau Mau that Water Deity had summoned, be it in terms of size or aura. "What?" Polong was shocked, and he said, "The one from the Four Seas Abyss is here too?" There was a slight fluctuation in the air above the forest of the sea, and then a distant and ancient voice slowly came over, echoing throughout the entire forest of the sea. "I am the master of the Abyss, and my name is Nine Abyss." The voice was old, but it was powerful. It was as if a force that had been passed down in the Four Seas for hundreds of millions of years had returned to the world. Everyone's heart trembled. The power transmitted from the voice was enough to stir their hearts. They didn't know what kind of expert this Abyss ruler was. "The Sea Emperor's palace and Lord Jiuyuan have never had any grudges," he said loudly. "Why would they offend me?" His tone was filled with doubt and blame, as well as a trace of anger and firm hostility. Although the Emperor of the Four Seas had been in decline for many years and did not care about the world, his dignity was still there. How could he be offended at will? Jiuyuan didn't say anything, as if he didn't want to say more. After the self-introduction, he fell into silence. "Ha ha ha." In the sky, only Yuri laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with contempt and mockery as he said, "Poron, do you really think you are the Emperor of the Four Seas?" "The Bo family has ruled the Four Seas for 100,000 years, Polong said. "They have all respected the Ocean Emperor's palace as their master. I am naturally the Emperor of the Four Seas." "Bah! You're really shameless." Luanyu laughed and said, "Only 100,000 years? A bunch of juniors." The Four Seas had existed for hundreds of millions of years, and their age far exceeded that of the continent. Over the countless years, countless experts had appeared, and those who were even more powerful than the Bo family were uncountable. However, after so many years, there were only two races that could stand at the peak of the Four Seas. The first is my Dragon Clan, and the second is the Deep Sea Clan. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Even Poron was stunned, unable to say anything. What Luanyu said was indeed the truth. The Bo clan had ruled the Four Seas for only 100,000 years, and how long was the history of the Dragon Clan? No one knew, not even Yuri himself. He was only a true dragon born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He probably didn't even know how many generations of true dragons had existed before him. As for the abyssal race, they knew very little about them. They only knew that the place where the Four Seas met was a bottomless abyss. There were terrifying creatures inside, but very few people could detect their existence. The abyssal race was probably one of the most mysterious races in the entire heavenly martial realm. Luan Yu scoffed. What? Do you only realize how insignificant you are now? Ants? It's not true, Xianxia suddenly said. The longer it exists, the more awesome it is. As far as I know, there are many other races in the four seas that have a longer history than your two races, such as shrimp, crab, turtle, toad, and so on. They have existed for far longer than you two. At the end of the day, you're still the frogs in the well. Everyone was stunned. What you said makes sense, Polong said, stunned. Although there are some mistakes, I can't find any flaws. I can't refute that at all, Fanny chuckled. In that case, Xianxia said with a smile, they should be the ones who are really going to select the kings of the four seas. Hurry up and go find your sea king. Don't waste time here. Lord True Dragon. Guangfa grunted and cupped his fists. This Li Yunxiao is very good at arguing with words. Don't be fooled by him. Luan Yu's face was gloomy as he nodded and said, I understand. I've experienced it many times. Li Yunxiao, he said sarcastically. So what if you win the argument? But if you lose your life, will you get any pleasure? I don't want to argue with you, Yunxiao said coldly. Let's just get straight to the point. What do you want today? Haha, why? Are you scared? Luan Yu sneered and said coldly, didn't you want to take this lord's life just now? Now you want to ask for peace. Yunxiao laughed and scolded. Beg your sister. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll kill you today. A bunch of sea-filling things and you're confident? In this forest of the sea, who can't kill you in seconds? Luan Yu was furious, but he also understood that the four seas royal families were too weak. Even if he still had the first dragon as his trump card, just the dragon race's strength alone was not enough to fight against the forest of the sea. If they wanted to suppress the entire scene and control everything, they would still need to rely on the abyssal race's strength. Good. I'm not narrow-minded, so I'll write off the previous matter. Luan Yu pondered over it again and again. I'll take you away. Yunxiao waved his hand and said, forget about the other two conditions. With a grim face, Yuri said in a cold voice, if I take another step back, Duanmu Yoyu must come with me. I can even leave the imprisonment Dharmakaya to you. Yunxiao felt strange and gave Duanmu Yoyu a look. Duanmu Yoyu was also very puzzled. Young master, you killed your father? Yunxiao asked curiously. Did he kill your father? Do you really want his life that much? Eft. Luan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood from anger and said angrily, I'm a true dragon born from the heavens and earth. Where is the father? Don't talk nonsense here. I only want Duanmu Yoyu to help me divine something. So it was like this. Only then did everyone come to a realization, but at the same time they also felt strange. What matter was it that Luan Yu attached so much importance to? There's also the 9 luminary star staff. Feng Yaoli reminded. Luan Yu's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, who is this? He looks a little familiar. Feng Yaoli's old face turned red. He knew that Luan Yu was really angry at him just now. He coughed awkwardly and said, cough, cough. Brother Yuri, you really know how to joke. Luan Yu said sarcastically, oh, so it's the king of the snow country. Brother Feng Yaoli, I remember you leaving just now, right? Why did you come back? Feng Yaoli was also extremely depressed. Originally, he thought that Luan Yu was dead for sure. Who would risk their lives for a dead person? But he did not expect that Luan Yu's life was so great, directly picking one back from the gates of hell. If he had known this would happen, he would have saved him earlier. Brother Jiyu, you must be joking, Feng Yaoli said awkwardly. I was just trying to numb them so that I could attack when they were unprepared. Oh, 1C, Luan Yu said unhurriedly. But I remember Brother Li saying that you have to rely on yourself for everything. You have to be independent and independent. These words deeply understand my meaning and my heart. You should rely on yourself then, sir. Feng Yaoli was completely speechless. He stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to leave or not. He was extremely depressed. It's not difficult to ask young Master Yu to divine for you, Yunxiao said. As long as we sit down and have a good talk, everyone will be satisfied. Why do we need to take him away? Duanmu Yoyu's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Duanmu Tsang's heart clenched as well. He looked at his brother and shook his head before nodding. In fact, they didn't know what Luanyu wanted to divine, but they could guess that it was definitely something heaven-defying, and they had to pay a great price. Otherwise, Luanyu wouldn't have made such a big fuss and even made some simple calculations. Feng Yaoli would be enough, why would he need to capture him? Luanyu laughed and said, I'm afraid he won't be happy. We can only take him away. Only then will he be honest. And I can promise you that I'll do my best to keep him alive. Yunxiao understood what she meant. I'm very curious. What heaven-defying matter do you want to know? Could it be about the result of the demonic tribulation? Humph! Luanyu ridiculed. What does the demonic tribulation have to do with me? Furthermore, with Duanmu Yu's puny cultivation, he wouldn't be able to predict such a major event even if he were to die. He was right. The demonic tribulation was related to the survival of the two worlds. Even if they were reborn after 100 rounds, it was impossible to calculate the result. You're being so mysterious, Yunxiao said slowly. I'm really sorry, but I can't let you take young Master Yu away. Luanyu said in a low voice, Do you have to fight with me for a true God realm kid? In order to protect him, have you counted how many people have died? As the commander of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, you are disregarding the interests of the entire alliance. If we attack, who knows how many of these Void Extreme God Realm experts will die? Have you really considered the gains and losses? Yunxiao sneered. That's why I think differently from you. If I can't even protect a friend and subordinate, how can I still be the alliance leader? He asked. It's impossible for young Master Yu to leave with you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. A firm determination spread out from his body. The entire square became somber, as if signaling the beginning of an earth-shattering battle. The members of the Heavenly Martial League gathered from all directions and united around him. Duanmu Yoyu was touched. He felt that his blood was burning, so hot that it was a little hot. Stubborn. Why were there so many idiots in the realm of heavenly martial arts? I'm so angry. Luanyu was furious and roared, Kill! Kill! Kill all these fools! His anger did not subside, and he continued to roar. The existence of these fools has directly lowered the intelligence of this world. As the true dragon of the world, I have to be responsible for this world. Leave Duanmu Yoyu alive and kill the rest. Immediately, wind and thunder surged in the sky. Killing intent rose up, and a monstrous force rolled down. The prisoner suddenly turned and descended, landing directly next to Bo Mu. He hurriedly said, Bo Mu, quickly return my avatar to me. This way, I can help you fight against Yuri and turn defeat into victory. We haven't lost, so how can we turn the tide? Can't you see that Li Yunxiao and his people are dead for sure? Asked the prisoner anxiously. I can't tell. Bo Mu shook his head. That trash Luanyu was right. Chiu Yu said angrily. You guys are really useless. If it weren't for the fact that we're on the same boat, I really want you all to die. Then we'll talk after we die, Bo Mu said with a smile. Look at your stupid personality, Chiu angrily rebuked. Don't you have a reason for why I fell out with you back then? Bo Mu ignored him, his hands drawing circles in front of him, as if he were using some sort of secret technique. The golden light from Amitabha bloomed, and a large number of runes flew up from the lotus petals. The entire forest of the sea suddenly trembled violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The ground began to crack, and the Ocean Emperor's palace was finally reduced to dust. A ray of golden light shot out from the ground and spread in the sky, turning into a golden palace. The sea god's palace. The royal families of the four seas were all shocked. Even Poron revealed a look of shock. There were rumors of the existence of the sea god's palace, but even he did not know if it was true. This buy-in. Yunxiao was completely stunned as he stared at the golden palace in a daze. It was exactly the same as the Saint Devil Palace. The golden shrine exuded a magnificent power. 10,000 rays of light flew down from the hall, and every light pillar that landed on the ground made a loud noise. The surrounding scenery also changed as the golden light fell. A magnificent palace rose from the ground under this golden light. What's going on? The members of the sea race were also shocked. The power of that giant hall was grand and majestic. It was like a holy hall, giving them a sense of pressure that made it difficult to approach. Luanyu was shocked. Saint Devil Hall? This Luo, how is this possible? He actually recognized this palace, and his eyes were full of shock and deep doubt. Boom! Boom! The golden temple turned into tens of thousands of light pillars and shook the earth. A solid temple was formed in a few moments. Standing in the middle of the sea forest, towering and majestic, Xianxia and the others had all disappeared, obviously trapped in the divine temple. Luanyu's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to bleed. The sea goddess hall before him was exactly the same as the Saint Devil Hall. Other than the aura that seemed holy and radiant, there was no other difference. As for the might of the Saint Devil Hall, he had some understanding of it. What should we do now, my lord? The dragon head asked. Luanyu said coldly. This palace is an imitation of the Saint Devil Hall. Although it's also grand and majestic, it can't have the might of the Saint Devil Hall. We'll use that unfilial sons method to dispatch a large number of low-level members of the sea tribe to corrode this hall. This method is indeed feasible, but it will take too long, the dragon head said. These people were originally exhausted, and it was the best opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. If we wait for them to recover, I'm afraid that we will suffer a great loss with 7 or 8 Void Extreme God Realm experts. Luanyu nodded and said, That's right. Then don't use the low-level sea race. Let the people of the 4 seas join forces to bombard it. Lord Nine Abyss, please cooperate with me, he said loudly as he looked at the sky. The dragon head immediately sent out an order, and the tribes of the 4 seas all stepped out, their flags fluttering in the air, full of murderous intent. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of light flew up. The experts from all over the world attacked the Sea Goddess Hall. Boom, boom, boom. 10,000 light waves were sent up from the Sea God Hall, like a lake being smashed by a storm. As expected, Xianxia and the others were in the hall. Everyone was shocked by the magical scene and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Even Qiu and Danu came in and looked up at the sky in shock. Although there were strange patterns and flowers carved on the dome, it did not affect everyone's vision. They could see through it. Seeing the densely packed attacks fall, it gave people a kind of shock to the soul. Their blood boiled, and they wanted to rush out and fight. My lord, Xianxia asked in surprise, what's the relationship between the Sea Goddess Hall and the Saint Devil Hall? A look of surprise appeared in Boemu's eyes, and he smiled. So you know of the Saint Devil Hall as well. This Sea Goddess Hall is the Saint Devil Hall to begin with. What? Xianxia was a little puzzled. I have seen the Saint Devil Hall in the crack of the Tiandang Mountains, and it was obtained by the Devil race. Could that be fake? Only now did Bomu fly down from the lotus seat, his 2 feet landing on the ground. However, his body was still condensed from light and shadow, as if he had no physical body. Back then, there was only one Saint Devil Hall. After the Devil Lord Emperor split up and Lord Piu was born, the 2 of them fought over this hall. In the end, the Saint Devil Hall was split into 2. This is the Yang Hall, while the one you saw in the Tiandang Mountains was the Yin Hall. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. A building could also be divided into 2, turning into Yin and Yang. This was simply too inconceivable. Lord Ancestor, how long can this temple last? Asked Poron worriedly. Ro Wei was still shrouded in a multicolored light. She was filled with vitality, but she showed no signs of waking up. He was afraid that the divine hall would be broken and his wife would be affected by the fierce battle. Don't worry, Bomu said with a smile. The power of this shrine comes from the 10,000-year-old spiritual spring under the sea forest, which is an endless source. With their group attacks, they probably wouldn't be able to break it in 100 years. I'm worried about Luo. Before he could finish his sentence, a black light flashed above the divine hall. With a crack, It tore through space and struck the divine hall. Boom! The entire hall shook and trembled. So strong. Xianxia was also shocked. Such terrifying power. It's probably the full-powered strike of a divine sovereign justice realm expert. A look of worry appeared on Bohem's face, and he sighed. Sure enough, what I'm afraid of comes. The Abyss clansmen are just like their name. They're truly unfathomable. Palong's face was filled with anger as he coldly said, After this tribulation, I'll definitely kill my way into the Abyss and make the Lord of the Abyss give me an explanation. I'm not sure. Bomu looked at him and shook his head. Originally, with your talent, it was very possible for you to touch the peak of this world. It's just that you're deeply in love. So you're decadent all day and destroy your future. What could he use to fight with them now? Any other deep-sea giant beast can tear you apart. You're right, ancestor. Your descendants are unfilial. Everyone has their own aspirations, Bomu said. I can't blame you. When Rowei wakes up, I hope you can work harder. With the power of the Sunjin method, you can reach a higher level. Yes, understood, Horon said respectfully, not daring to say anything more. Boom! Boom! Originally, the attacks of the 4 sea tribes were just like tickles, but under the effect of the barrier-breaking black light shaking the shrine's barrier, the attacks of the sea tribes became more powerful. Even Luanyu, Feng Yaoli, and the others had a drastic change in expression, and shock flashed through their eyes. The strength of the deep-sea race far exceeded their imagination. A layer of haze appeared in Luanyu's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Brother Yaoli. He suddenly turned around and called out, What's the matter, Brother Jiu? Feng Yaoli's body trembled. His attitude became cautious and humble. Luanyu nodded slightly and said, Do you think that Duanmu Yoyu can really calculate what I want? Not necessarily, Feng Yaoli muttered. However, Brother Yuri, don't worry. If he can't do it, I can give him a hand. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sly smile as he chuckled. It's impossible for me to spend tens or even hundreds of years on divination, but I'm willing to spend 1 or 2 years to help Brother Yuri in order to fulfill his grand wish. Luanyu snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at him, saying, In that case, Brother Yaoli's role is still very big, right? If Brother Li were to die by accident, would my great wish be in vain? Hee, not necessarily, not necessarily. Feng Yaoli put on a fake smile and said, With Brother Yuri's current battle formation, I'm standing on the same side as you. How could I die by accident? Hee. Luanyu nodded and said, I'll understand. I hope Brother Li will help us when we break the Sea God Hall later. After all, the Heavenly Martial League is extremely powerful, and it's hard to win by relying on the 4 sea tribes. Of course, Feng Yaoli nodded. This was the agreement between Brother Luanyu and I. Luanyu's face turned slightly green, and she gave a muffled humph. The matter just now once again filled her heart with anger. If Feng Yaoli wasn't of any use to him, he would have turned around and killed him. Every time the deep-sea giant beast in the sky spat out a black light, the golden light of the Sea Goddess Hall would dim a bit. Everyone in the hall sat cross-legged in silence, trying their best to recuperate. With the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the palace was destroyed. Qiuyin's face was dark as he continued to pester Bomu. Brother Bomu, have you forgotten about our friendship back then, when we joined hands to kill our enemies and went through life and death together? Bomu was annoyed by his pestering, and he turned around, his figure disappearing from the hall. Prison, Gu. Ken said coldly, I think this kid is also a scourge. Why don't we kill him now? We'll be done for. Qiu glared at him and snorted before sitting down to heal himself. He knew that the Heavenly Martial League would not make a move now. After all, the enemy was too powerful. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence would know how to form an alliance. Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Qiu, do you know what Luanyu wants to divine? He's such a selfish person. What could he possibly do? It must be related to the 5 curses of heaven and man. Qiu snorted. Yunxiao had also heard Lin mention something about it, so he asked curiously, as the son of the true dragon, You must know a lot of secrets, right? Why did Luanyu's cultivation level fall to this level? According to what you said earlier, he was injured by someone. Who could have injured him when he was at the Realm King level? Chou's expression changed several times before he finally sneered. I naturally know about these things, but why should I tell you? You don't have to tell me, Xianxia snorted. I'll extract your dragon soul and check it out later. His body emitted a faint white light. Warlock god's light? Chou was startled. There's actually a warlock god in this sky. Then, do you think you can keep your inner secrets in front of an alchemist? Xianxia threatened. Do you think you can keep them? Ha ha, childish. My soul is made of the purest dragon chi, Qiuyao said sarcastically. Even a sorcerer god can't read my memory. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't try, I really want to see your miserable appearance when you suffer the backlash of the dragon chi. Xianxia was taken aback. There was such a saying? He did not know it, but the prisoner did not look like he was lying. I also understand the 5 curses of heaven and man, but everyone has a time when they die. Is Luanyu trying to calculate when he will die? Qiu Huang laughed. Haha. How is that possible? That trash cherished his life. Even if he was suffering from celestial decay, he had a way to resist and delay it. He should be looking for a way to survive. What a pity. The cultivation that he had lost could never be returned. What was the point of living like this? You've really thrown away all the dignity of the dragon race. A method to delay the 5 decrepit phenomena? Xianxia looked at Duanmu Yoyu, his eyes seemingly inquiring. Duanmu Yoyu frowned. The 5 decays of heaven and man can indeed be delayed through various methods. But it's only a temporary solution. Can't last long. In the end, he still has to die. That trash probably wants to live as long as he can. Qiu snorted. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said slowly. If it was just to delay, he wouldn't have been so determined to give up your Dharmakaya. If he were to come out of his current body and enter your avatar, he should be able to delay for a long time, right? Qiu was also stunned. He muttered, in his current state, it's true that the best way is to keep taking over bodies. Could there be something more important than him extending his life? Based on my understanding of him, he must be trying to extend his life. Perhaps there's a better way than seizing his avatar. If it's a simple divination, Xianxia sighed, I can ask young Master Yu to do it for him. After all, he's a true dragon of the world. If he can recover his power, it'll at least be beneficial to the MO war. Ha ha ha, you're really childish. Ha 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 ha. Qiu suddenly burst into laughter, tears falling from his eyes. Do you still expect that trash to help? He would only be a burden. Over the countless years, the only conflict between the 2 realms was not the one 100,000 years ago. It was just that that time was too intense and had the greatest impact. But when has he ever really made a move? What? Xianxia was surprised. Do you mean that the war between the 2 worlds has been going on for countless years? A trace of doubt flashed through Qiu's eyes. Logically speaking, it should be. After all, the trajectories of the 2 realms are very close. After countless years of zero duration, it's very normal for them to collide with each other and have cracks in them. However, in my memory, in the long river of history, there didn't seem to be any violent conflicts. The real battle that became more and more intense only happened in the past hundreds of thousands of years, and the one 100,000 years ago was a real big outbreak. Even demon masters were sealed in the realm of heavenly martial arts, which was the first time in history. Hihi. This is a great humiliation to the demon race. The members of the Heavenly Martial League were all extremely depressed. That victory had almost consumed the power of an entire realm, causing the strength of the entire realm of heavenly martial arts to regress by 100,000 years. Looking at Yunxiao's frowning face, Qiu sneered, What? Don't tell me you want to reconcile with the demon race? It might have been possible in the past, but you killed a demon master 100,000 years ago. This is unprecedented humiliation, and with the personalities of those demons, they will definitely not tolerate it. I advise you to quickly dispel that unrealistic fantasy. If the heavenly martial realm is destroyed, Xianxia said, as the true dragon of this realm, he won't have an easy time either. Will he? Haha, you're right. But don't we still have people like you to hold up the heavenly martial arts realm? Qiu Huang laughed. He would not be anxious until the moment it collapsed. That's right, the woman who had the true blood of the heavenly phoenix 100,000 years ago was called Li Zhu, right? He was also the general of the first demon-sealing war, but he still had his phoenix blood true essence extracted and died in battle. What? Lord Li Zhu actually died because of this. Can and Ying were both trembling as their eyes burned with rage. The rest of the people were also extremely shocked when they heard this. They didn't think that Yuri was actually so vile, disregarding the entire world for his own benefit. He man for himself. It's a pity that Li Zhu's strength was limited, and he wasn't cooperative enough. In the end, Yuri managed to extend his life by 100,000 years, but his power has yet to recover, Cho said with a sinister smile. He squinted his eyes and looked at Fanny with a strange expression. Fanny was shocked and felt a little scared by his stare. She said angrily, "What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes if you keep looking." It's strange indeed. Cho shook his head. What does he want? My Dharmakaya is here. If he takes over my body and snatches the celestial phoenix's true energy, even if I can't return to the realm of regional king, I can still maintain my cultivation in the creation realm for tens of thousands of years. Is there anything better than this? Fanny's eyes shot out a cold light as she said coldly, "What is the heavenly phoenix clan in your eyes? However, the target of the plunder is like a heavenly treasure." What? You're not convinced. I'm already giving you a lot of face by treating you as heavenly treasures. Bang! Faye and I's figure flashed and a slap was sent flying, causing blood to splatter all over the hall. What are you doing? Danu was startled, and she furiously struck out her palm. Fanny's expression was cold as he raised his hand again and slapped Danu away. The prisoner got up from the ground and said coldly, "You dare to hit me? TSK. I wouldn't dare. I'm only here to kill you." Faye and I sneered. She flipped her hand and took out a knife. She walked up step by step and said in a cold voice, "And I'll slowly cut you to death, bit by bit." Cho jumped in fright and quickly said, "Li Yunxiao, stop your men." I cupped my fists, Yunxiao said lightly. "She is not my subordinate. She is my woman. Tianyi Nikal Ot Tianyi Long Tamil Y. Not only can I not nange na will, but I also have to respect it. If she can't get what she wants, I'll still help her. So, Ingluo, you should just stay there and wait for your flesh to be cut into pieces." "You coward! You can't be thinking of killing me now, can you?" Cho was shocked and said angrily, "You should know that Luan Yu is still outside. If they rush in, you will be dead without my help. You don't think you are so important that the world will be over without you, and the universe will explode, do you?" Yunxiao sneered. Fanny gave Yunxiao a grateful look, and with no more fear in her heart, she walked toward the prisoner step by step. Danu was stunned for a moment, and she looked a little confused. However, her instinct still made her rush over and shout, "Stop!" The silver light condensed into a short dagger in her hand, and she aimed it at Fanny's throat. Swish! Fanny's body turned into flames and the attack missed. The flames circled around Danu's body, and faint red fire talismans flew up like butterflies. Danu only felt a heat behind her, and Faye and I's hot hand covered her neck. He said softly, "Is it worth it to die for such a man?" Danut's heart trembled, and she said angrily, "Of course it's worth it. It's a worthy death to die for Master Chiu." She shouted angrily. Ignoring the hand on her neck, she forcefully turned around and stabbed it. The dagger flashed with silver light and turned into a long whip in the air. Like a silver snake, it coiled around Fanny's body. "Die!" Danu shouted with all her might. She swung her silver whip, and with a bang, Fanny was instantly crushed into pieces and turned into countless flames. Danu's attack had succeeded, but she did not let down her guard. Instead, fear appeared in her eyes. Originally, the difference in strength between the two of them was not big, but after a series of fights, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, he was standing in the main hall, his figure desolate and mottled, lonely and helpless. The flame that was Fei and I's body did not extinguish or fall. It was still burning in the air. Since you've made your choice, I won't say anything more. As long as you're happy, that's fine. A cold voice sounded, and then thousands of fire talismans poured out, floating like willow catkins, covering Danu's whole body in an instant, like snow-burying flowers. Fire butterfly! Fei and I's body emerged from the flames. She formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted. Boom! The fire talismans suddenly exploded, and raging flames rushed to the top of the hall. As if they had touched the restriction, they scattered in all directions, and the entire hall was suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Danu's body twisted in the fire, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. But after a moment, her body knelt in the flames until she fell to the ground and was burned to ashes. The flames that filled the sky immediately gathered in the center and formed Fei and I's real body. She raised her head with a cold expression. Her eyes were filled with vulture and anger as she stared at the prisoner in the corner. You cold-blooded insect. She has risked her life for you many times and saved your life several times. In the end, she died a tragic death in the flames. Are you not moved at all? Who said they weren't moved? If I had the strength, I would have killed you right now. Qiu Yin's face darkened as he spoke viciously. Then how can you still sit here calmly after she died? Fanny asked. You executioner, if you think she's pitiful, why did you kill her? Qiu cursed. Did he kill her just to test her reaction? You still have the face to say that I'm cold-blooded. Fanny shook her head in disappointment and said, that silly woman is really not worth it. But everyone had their own aspirations, and she felt that it was good for her. Now I'm going to cut you to death bit by bit and extract your dragon soul. I'll refine it with some medicinal herbs. It'll definitely be very nourishing. Crazy. A bunch of lunatics. You still don't know how to unite me at this time. Luan Yu was right, you are all fools, fools that have seriously lowered the IQ of this world. Damn you, you idiot. Qiu watched as Fanny stepped forward. His eyes filled with fear as he backed away. Your soul will soon be refined into a pill and eaten by these idiots. Fanny sneered. I won't let you off even if I die. Qiu roared in despair. He suddenly stopped running and sat cross-legged in the void, his hands forming hand seals in front of him. The vertical eye on his forehead opened and shot out a cold light. A dangerous aura spread in the hall, and Yunxiao cried out in surprise, Fanny, be careful. Even without his reminder, Fanny had sensed it immediately. She transformed into a fire butterfly and disappeared in front of the prison. Qiu sneered and said coldly, You bunch of idiots, you're seeking your own death. Although the Sea Goddess Hall is extremely tough on the outside, it won't be able to withstand a single blow if I were to destroy it from the inside. Just wait to be killed by that trash Luan Yu. Ha ha ha. His eyes revealed a cruel and pleased smile, and his hands sped up in forming hand seals. A bright light burst out from the vertical eye, and with a boom, it spread in all directions. Be careful, everyone. He's self-destructing. Bo Mu's voice suddenly rang out, and he, who had disappeared this entire time, once again appeared in the air above the hall, his hand forming an incantation. The restrictions of the entire temple were activated, and the barrier gathered to resist the power of the self-explosion. Boom! Lung Tong was also an expert of the void divine realm, and the power of his body's self-destruction was unparalleled. At this moment, several black lights outside the divine hall struck down and landed on the divine hall. Boom, boom, boom! Under the attack from both the inside and outside, a large number of restrictions were shattered, turning into arcs of light that scattered in the hall. Not good. The main restrictive barrier has been blasted open, Bo Mu said in shock. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They looked at the large number of members of the sea tribe outside the godly palace and the huge deep-sea beast with heavy hearts. Fanny suddenly felt a little regretful and said remorsefully, Husband, I'm Xianxia. It's all right, Yunxiao said. This hall won't last much longer. There's no need to force yourself to compromise and tolerate. This kind of scum will be a disaster sooner or later. Fanny was touched beyond words. Her nose scrunched up and her eyes glowed. He thought of the Da Nu who had just died as a prisoner, but she didn't even get the most basic love and respect. There was nothing wrong with liking a person, but the mistake was that she liked the wrong person and fell into eternal damnation. Haha! A bunch of self-righteous guys. I'll quietly watch how you all die under the great army of Yuri. In the sky above Lang Tong's self-destruction, the 5 elemental dragons appeared, forming a white light dragon that was more than 100 feet long. His face was ferocious. Dragon soul. Everyone was shocked by the power of the dragon soul. If an ordinary person self-destructed like that, their soul would have been scattered. This is the purest dragon soul. Faye and I was both surprised and delighted. Her eyes lit up and she turned into a red light and flew over. A heavenly phoenix's illusionary shadow immediately appeared on the dome, and it grabbed down with its claws. You want to catch me? Truly a fool's dream. Since I've chosen to self-destruct, how could I not defend against this move of yours? Cho roared. The white dragon soul's body trembled for a moment before it curled up. Countless dragon talismans flickered above it. Bang! With a swing of its tail, 7 or 8 light waves struck the heavenly phoenix's claws, shaking them away. The prisoner's expression was grave as he spoke in an obscure dragon language. Tiny golden runes began to appear on the dome. Realm power. Xianxia was taken aback. What is he trying to do? He asked. It can actually activate the power of the realm? The 9 sons of the dragon are the same as the divine realm tablet master, Bomu said. They're the most promising existences in the world to break through to the realm of regional king. Back then, Chiu was also a peak manifestation realm expert. Peak of the creation realm, Tao Wu. Everyone was sighing in their hearts. No matter how glorious a person was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time and would eventually decline. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous sound came from Chiu's body, and the white light became brilliant. In an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of white rays and shot in all directions. A soul clone? Xianxia was taken aback. In every beam of light was Chiu's shadow. This move was similar to Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul body, but it was clearly much stronger. Bomu was also dumbstruck. The soul avatars were flavink around in the hall, drilling in all directions as if they were looking for an exit. The heavenly phoenix transformed into Fanny's figure in the sky. She stood there in a daze and watched the dragon essence in the sky dissipate. She tried her best to absorb some, but it was very little. Those souls quickly dissipated in the hall and all went in all directions. Once the divine hall was broken, they could escape. Lord Bomu, Xianxia asked, these dragon soul bodies are Swanee. They're all in the Sea God Hall, so I can clearly sense them. If it was on a normal day, he could collect them one by one and refine them, but now that they were attacked from the outside and the main restriction had been broken, this hall could not hold on for long. I'm really helpless with this move, I think he must have made up his mind a long time ago, Xianxia said. Unless he returns to his avatar, the restrictive barrier in the hall will be broken, and he will be better off dead in Luanyu's hands. These 10 million dragon souls, Bomu said. Each one of them carries some of my memories and power. Some will be scattered across the world, while others might possess insects, fish, birds, beasts, or even humans. Perhaps after thousands of years, a soul will cultivate again and regain all its lost memories. That would be equivalent to being imprisoned again. A man like him deserves to die, Fanny said coldly. I'm already annoyed that he still has a chance. You're overthinking it, Fanny, Xianxia said with a smile. The chances of me being reborn are next to nothing. It's even more likely that all of my soul power will gradually dissipate and eventually disappear from the world. It's a pity that he's so stubborn. Bomu sighed. He had wholeheartedly submitted to the Heavenly Martial Alliance. He wouldn't have ended up like this. This man is extremely evil, Xianxia said seriously. Even if he swears allegiance, I don't know how many troubles he will cause. I dare not put such a person in an important position. Liao Xingqian nodded. Alliance Master Yun is right. If you don't have loyalty and courage, you'll be a disaster. Sending him to the west is the best choice, but it's a pity for the dragon soul. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. This sea god hall is extremely precious, and I don't want it to be destroyed here. When I can't hold on any longer, I'll turn it into void to protect myself. All right. Everyone's expression was grave, and they seized the time to recover as much energy as possible. Meanwhile, Xianxia sent Rowei into the Divine Realm tablet to avoid being affected by the battle later. He also transmitted a message to Yi, who was cultivating the Buddhist demon sacred art in Mount Inch, to come out immediately. Although Mo was unhappy, he did not want to go against Xianxia's will, so he had to come out of seclusion ahead of time. In the sky above the forest of the sea, Yuri also discovered that the restrictions of the palace had loosened, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of delight. The injuries on his body were very serious, but fortunately, his physical body was strong. Although he had not recovered much, he had stopped them from getting any worse and was slowly recovering on his own. Suddenly, Luanyu's heart moved slightly, and he said with a slight sneer, This feeling. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the sea goddess hall, as if he wanted to see through it. His face was filled with suspicion as he muttered to himself, "Is that unfilial son of mine finished?" The eyes of the dragon head beside him also flickered as it said, "My lord." I felt it too. Luanyu glanced at him and nodded. If that's the case, then it should be right. He has been fighting with me for countless years, but I didn't expect him to die in Yunxiao's hands. He's lucky. With his injuries, he'll definitely die today, the dragon head said. It's true that dying in Yunxiao's hands can save you a lot of pain, but it's a pity that his dragon soul is also in a bad condition. Luanyu's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He shook his head and said, "That unfilial son is very cunning, and he will not let Yunxiao have it easily." The breaking of the Sea God Hall's restrictions was most likely related to their fight. As for the dragon soul, I don't think Yunxiao will be able to get it easily. You're right, my lord. With the pride of the dragon race, even if they self-destruct their souls, they won't be easily subdued and reduced to nourishment for others, the dragon head said. Luanyu nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes, and said, "Let's hope so. Let's hope that unfilial son can still retain a bit of our dragon clan's dignity before he dies." To die in the hands of a human. The entire dragon clan's face has been lost by him. Following the black light and the attacks of the sea tribe, the entire forest of the sea was blown into pieces. The Sea God Hall finally began to collapse under the violent tremors. The components that made up the hall turned into golden light and flew away. The entire temple seemed to have been enlarged by tens or hundreds of times, and the space of the sea forest suddenly exploded under the pressure of the temple's light. All the sea, land, air, and other elements were shattered. In the deep sea, a resplendent golden palace appeared out of thin air, pressing down on the ground for tens of millions of miles. Its end could not be seen. However, this palace was completely made of transparent golden light, isolating it from the sea. The abyssal and oceanic races were also enshrouded by the temple's light. At this moment, the people from the two sects finally met, and they both glared at each other with red eyes. There was a rare moment of silence in the hall. Everyone held their breath and looked at each other. Luanyu was shocked. The Divine Hall is illusory? Looks like this Sea God Hall is only so after all. Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "What's the matter with the Sea God Hall? It's none of your business. Just mind your own business. You coward." Luanyu angrily rebuked, "I won't argue with you. You're all going to die today anyway." "Where's my unfilial son?" he shouted. "Chio's soul has already been split into 1,000,000, and he has returned to heaven and earth." Bomu sighed. "Myriad soul?" Luanyu was shocked and angry, cursing. "This unfilial son is indeed extremely selfish. He would rather die than leave behind the dragon soul. I, Yuri, am a formidable man. How did I end up with such a scum of a son?" Yunxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a daze, "Although face is not a very precious thing, sometimes it is still necessary." "Li Yunxiao," Luanyu sneered. Although you've been heartless many times, I can't be unrighteous. Even now, I'm still willing to give you a chance. Oh, Yunxiao asked. What chance? Luanyu extended 3 fingers and said, I have 3 conditions. 1. Leave Duanmu Yu behind. 2. Leave the unfilial child's avatar behind. 3rd, leave behind the true blood of the heavenly phoenix. Then you can live. Yunxiao probed without changing his expression. I'm very curious. What do you want young Master Yu to divine for you? You don't need to worry about that. Luanyu's expression changed as he shouted sternly. He seemed to be very afraid of this question. Sigh. Yunxiao sighed and said, Can I only leave my avatar? Of course not. Luanyu sneered. Then we have no choice but to fight. Yunxiao shook his head. We can only fight. As soon as the sound of thunder rang out, a huge electric arc immediately emerged from Yunxiao's palm and shot out with a crackle. It exploded in the air and turned into thousands of electric snakes, attacking the tribes of the 4 seas in the sky. Damn it! Kill! Luanyu bellowed in anger and gave an order, shouting, Other than Duanmu Yoyu, kill the rest. The 4 sea tribes were immediately filled with killing intent. They beat their drums and raised their morale. However, just as he was about to activate his Yuan Gong and kill his way down, he was met with a sky full of lightning snakes. Boom! 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 A bolt of lightning struck the various divisions, and wherever it passed, the void was filled with cracks. Arg! Ah! Many members of the sea tribe couldn't dodge in time and were crushed into dust on the spot. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the air. Blood and corpses were everywhere in the sky, falling like rain. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a strange light, and a murderous aura burst out of them as he shouted, Follow the plan. Tack. He took the lead and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. He turned into the god of thunder and glared at the tribes of the 4 seas. Guang, Qin, Shun, and soon, with today's situation, all the grievances from before have been wiped out. There's only a battle to the death. A barrier-breaking black light shot down like a torrential river. It was several zhang wide. Yunxiao put his hands together, and the thunder light in the sky gathered together and condensed into a huge thunder palm, which he threw out. Boom! The realm-breaking black light was shattered by his palm, turning into countless tiny black lights that were annihilated in the surroundings. At the same time, he made a hand seal, and the lightning star ring spread out around him. A large number of electric arcs filled the sky and crackled. It was as majestic as a god descending to the world, and the surrounding races were all frightened. Guangxian, Guangyuan, Runhai, Runlong, Qinming, and the others had all had grudges with Yunxiao. But, after many years, and with Yunxiao's rise to fame, he had long lost the will to take revenge. Lord True Dragon has given the order, and the 4 races have no choice, Guangxian said in a deep voice. I don't blame you, Yunxiao said lightly. It's just that we have different standpoints. Please don't blame me. Don't waste your breath on him. The dragon head shouted. This man has a sharp tongue. We can't win in an argument. How would we know if we don't try? The dragon head's eyes shot out a cold glint. Don't be afraid, everyone. Li Yunxiao is already an arrow at the end of its flight after the previous series of battles. Yunxiao laughed in his heart when he heard that. Haha. Guangfa, are you lying or are you lying to yourself? If you have the guts, come up and face your death. Don't be provoked by him, calm down. Luanyu said. We have the advantage in numbers, so they'll definitely die. Hee. Husband, are you going to steal my opponent? Within the lightning that filled the sky, a red cloud dispersed and Fanny appeared. He walked towards the Luanyu and the dragon head and said, I'm your opponent, Lord True Dragon. The true tail feathers and true blood of the heavenly phoenix that you wanted are all on me. Come and take them. The powerful true fire and the power of the phoenix essence on her body pressed over. The Luanyu and the dragon head were both greatly shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Luanyu was shocked. Brother Yaoli. Feng Yaoli held the frost sword in his hand and flew down. He said, Brother Yuri, I'll go and calm that Duanmu Yu down first. Then, you can send people to capture him alive. Although he had sworn in his heart that he would not make things difficult for Duanmuyuyu, as long as he removed the surrounding obstacles, he could easily capture Duanmuyuyu by sending any expert. Luan Yu cursed out in anger. If not for the fact that the situation was not right, he would have turned around and killed Feng Yaoli first. Huodo's true body? I don't care who you are, but since you dared to possess the body of an expert of my monster race, you can stay here today. A cold voice rang out. A red figure flashed in front of Duanmuyuyu. Mo, who was dressed in a scarlet robe, stood with his long spear in hand. The tip of the spear pierced through the air and pointed at Feng Yaoli with a hint of coldness. Where did this little demon come from? Get lost. You're courting death, Feng Yaoli shouted angrily. Even though the referee's aura was not weak, he did not take him seriously. He swung his cold sword, and boundless coldness poured down. Mo was slightly surprised. He was not surprised by the power of the sword, but the sharpness of the sword was far beyond his expectations. Bang! The battle spear danced in the air and struck the sword radiance. However, it was immediately shattered by the sword radiance and a hole appeared on the spear. Mo frowned as Feng Yaoli charged forward and slashed down with his sword again. Bang! Bang! Mo raised his spear to meet the attack, and after a few strikes, countless rings of light appeared. The judge did not dare to use his spear to directly meet the attack head-on. All of his spears were covered in a layer of blood-red light to protect the spear. Even so, he was still slashed several times. What kind of sword is this? He frowned gloomily. The sword that will take your life. Feng Yaoli continued to speed up the sword in his hand, and every move he made was with all his strength. This was because he had also discovered that Mo Ju wasn't someone to be trifled with, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Bang! In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves, and Tiny Area Whitman a 1000 teat was tilled Win sword Qi and spear snacklows. His battle spear finally could not hold on and broke. Ha ha ha! Feng Yaoli was ecstatic. The sword Qi in his hand became even fiercer, and it struck down like a mountain. The referee was extremely depressed and could only retreat continuously. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew over and shot towards Yi. These 2 weapons are for you. It was Yunxiao. When he was confronting the 4 sea tribes, he coldly saw the judge being forced into a disadvantage because of his inferior weapons. He immediately waved his hand and threw out 2 weapons. The referee was in the midst of dodging, so he grabbed it with both hands and was stunned for a moment. One of the 2 weapons was a broadsword, and dragon patterns appeared on it. The other item was an iron wheel, which gave off a threatening cold air, and there was a formation light shining on it. The referee knew that this was Bo Yuqing's weapon and was delighted. He suddenly raised the ancient dust sword and poured his demonic power into it. Immediately, a jade dragon appeared and rushed into the world force of the snow country. Boom! The 2 weapons collided with each other, and a powerful sword light immediately burst out, spreading out in circles. The referee still felt the sword Qi pressing down on him, forcing him to keep retreating. However, it was much better than before when he could only dodge. In addition, he was used to holding weapons with both hands. Although it was a bit strange and uncomfortable to change the bone scale blades to Guchan and Underworld Will, it was better than the battle spear. Swish! The dark will spun and slashed through the air, splitting the void in the hall. Although Feng Yaoli's body was big, he was extremely agile. He sensed the sharp danger and dodged it with a flash. In the next moment, he reappeared more than 100 feet away, but his face was extremely gloomy and his chest was filled with anger. The 2 horns on his forehead immediately flashed with golden and silver lightning and attacked. Ha ha! Without the advantage of weapons, how can I be afraid of you? His face turned malevolent. Although Feng Yaoli had Huodo's true body, their Blue Clan's abilities were not inferior to Huodo's. In addition, he had been studying the Buddhist demon sacred art during this period of time, which was a sacred art created by the most powerful Buddhist demon clan in the past tens of millions of years. Even though there were many areas that were difficult to link up due to the difference in their races, Their comprehension of divine arts and divine Tao was advancing at a tremendous pace. Childish! You're courting death, Feng Yaoli shouted angrily. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a golden light flickered on his fingertips. Under the cold sword's frosty wave, other than the alluring snow country, there was also a layer of dense intent that was barely audible. Mo was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack, but with a bang, his arm went numb and he was forced back. Feng Yaoli, on the other hand, strode forward in an overbearing manner. The auras of the two people, one strong and one weak, gradually showed signs of victory. The true primordial mantra, Duanmu Yoyu said in shock. He looked worried. Although Mo Chang didn't seem to be defeated, he was obviously at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Yi had just stepped into the void extreme divine realm, and his accumulation was far inferior to Feng Yaoli's. In terms of weapons, Gu Chun and the underworld weren't as good as the icy sword, and he had just gotten his hands on them. On the other hand, Feng Yaoli was a saint weapon that he had refined himself so he could use them as he pleased. In terms of divine powers, the Buddhist demon sacred art was strong, but he had only cultivated it for a short time, and there were many places that he could not integrate. On the other hand, Feng Yaoli had been cultivating the true primordial tactics for more than 100,000 years. Although he had not reached the peak, he was still very pure. As a whole, Feng Yaoli's cultivation base, physical body, divine powers, and weapons were almost flawless. Even an ordinary creation realm expert might not be able to take him down. Feng Yaoli himself also understood that he already had few rivals in the void realm. As long as he obtained the 9 luminary star staff and completely understood the absolute beginning mantra, he would be able to step into the creation realm and become one of the few powerhouses in history. When he thought of the 9 luminary star staff in front of him, his eyes glowed with excitement and his killing intent towards Qi, who was blocking his way, soared. Yunxiao was also shocked when he sensed the power of the true primordial art. Although he had fought with Feng Yaoli several times, he had always stopped at the right moment. He had never had such a strong desire to kill and win. The strength that he had displayed was also earth-shattering. This is going to be troublesome. Yunxiao immediately found that his plan was wrong, and he had underestimated Feng Yaoli's strength. At this moment, the other Void Realm experts had all rushed into the sky to meet the deep-sea giant beast and the Lord of the Abyss. Kill Wanyu and the Dragon Head, Yunxiao immediately shouted. Feini, kill them quickly. Luanyu's injuries were extremely serious and he had less than 10% of his strength left. Although the Dragon Head was also at the God Realm, it was not worth mentioning in front of Feini. Yes, Feini was taken aback. Hearing the urgency in Yunxiao's words, she hurriedly attacked the Luanyu and the Dragon Head. As for Yunxiao, he turned to the people of the 4 seas and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, I'm sorry." The moment the sword death slashed red, it slashed towards the 4 sea tribes. The Duanmu siblings, the water deity, the chemical cultivator, Polong, and Zuya followed closely behind and attacked the 4 sea tribes. The current sea god hall covered tens of millions of li, its dome directly reaching into the sky. At an altitude of tens of thousands of feet, an earth-shattering battle was taking place, and terrifying waves of air were fluctuating from time to time. Yunxiao had taken dozens of lives with a single sword strike, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, he was still unusually calm. He was distracted by the few battlefields, especially the fierce battle between the powerhouses on the dome. The Lord of the Abyss had almost never appeared in history, and there was no information or record about it. So Yunxiao did not know the strength of the ruler, Zhou Yuan. But, judging from the strength of these giant abyssal beasts, he was undoubtedly a creation realm existence. Therefore, he did not hesitate to arrange for the Liao brothers, the 2 great demons, Gu Qingqing and Pan Yi, the 6 Void Realm experts, to join forces and attack. The weaker ones on his side would follow him and slaughter the tribes of the 4 seas. Because the attack range of his divine art was extremely large, it was the most suitable for dealing with this kind of race. Sword chi and lightning flashed in all directions, sweeping away anyone who blocked it. The royal families of the 4 seas were all killed by him in the moment of battle. However, the marine race had the advantage in numbers, and they were all unafraid of death. As they charged down wave after wave, they were completely filled with their flesh and blood. Luan Yu, you should die. Xianxia was also frightened by the killing, and his scalp went numb. After all, they were lives. Unless one had a heart of stone and really regarded all living things as ants, no one would be soft-hearted if they were to die in such a way. And all of this was caused by Luan Yu. She clearly knew that these people would only be throwing their lives away if they rushed up, but she still used her life to fill the gap. Yunxiao's face turned livid, and he could not help but look at Luan Yu, hoping that Fanny would kill him as soon as possible. With this glance, his body trembled and his expression changed greatly. Within a dragon region, the phoenix revealed its dragon body and its eyes were like pearls. It opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon head. This scene not only shocked him, but even Fanny was stunned. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. The strangest thing was that the dragon head didn't resist at all. Instead, the corners of its mouth curled up in a playful smile as it was swallowed in front of everyone. Lord Guangfa! Everyone was shocked, and many members of the Sea Tribe were shocked. Luan Yu swallowed the dragon's head, and the entire world seemed to tremble. A brand new power spread within his body. His badly damaged body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How did this happen? Everyone was dumbfounded. Guang Yuan was even more dumbstruck. This man-eating magical power was almost the same as his, and the dragon head that was swallowed, Lord Guangfa, was an elder strong practitioner of his East Sea, yet he was actually being used as nourishment. A feeling of grief and indignation spread among the tribes of the Four Seas. Luan Yu slowly changed back to her human form and said, "Don't panic, everyone. Guangfa is me, and I am Guangfa." "What?" Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Luan Yu laughed coldly and said, "The past generations of strong practitioners who guarded the dragon's barrow had to accept my heart, and Guangfa is living under the identity of my heart. Now he is just returning to his original body." Only then did all the members of the Sea Tribe calm down. Although they still felt that it was very strange, they could at least accept it emotionally. Lord True Dragon. Then what about the real Lord Guangfa? Guang Yuan's body trembled slightly. Luan Yu's ice-cold gaze looked at him, as if she didn't like this type of person who liked to think. Looking at him, Guang Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he couldn't help but shiver. Luan Yu snorted and said, "When Guangfa accepted my heart, he had already gloriously become a part of me. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Guang Yuan's entire body was cold, and he nodded his head vigorously. Satisfied, satisfied. His entire body was soaked in sweat. However, he didn't need to be afraid very soon. Before he could recover from his fear, he was caught off guard by a palm strike from Polong, which shattered his internal organs and killed him. The change in Luan Yu immediately attracted the attention of many parties, and Feng Yaoli was also extremely shocked. The expression in his eyes flickered, and it was unknown whether he was happy or worried. Bo Mu continued to sit cross-legged in the center of the hall, atop the lotus throne. He only looked at them with a kind expression, and although he was slightly shocked, he still seemed unmoved. Yunxiao was also suspicious. Although Bo Mu had always been condensed from a radiant body, judging from the technique he had used to launch the Poseidon Shrine, he was by no means weak. Otherwise, Yu Qiu wouldn't have been so afraid of him. However, he did not make a move from the beginning to the end. It was unknown if he had other plans or if he was unable to make a move. After Luan Yu swallowed the dragon's head, not only did the injuries on her body heal, even her aura had increased by a level. He grabbed in front of him with both hands, and two extremely sharp sword chi broke through the air and condensed into boundless tribulation and formless true self. The two world swords reflected each other, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. "This feeling is wonderful." Luan Yu heavily exhaled. His cold and sharp gaze looked down, and he said in a ferocious voice, "Heavenly Phoenix true essence, I'm here to retrieve it." Fei and I was burning with rage. In the eyes of these dragons, the Heavenly Phoenix clan did not even have a name or any special features. They were just living true energy and moving treasures that were waiting for them to pick. In my eyes, Luanyu is a scum, and Guangfa is also a scum in my eyes. The two scums added together are only scum. Fei and I sneered and grabbed with both hands. Two balls of flames condensed and slapped towards them. She shouted, "Let the ancient celestial phoenix's fury burn you to ashes, you scum!" Boom! The flames shot out from Fei and I's palms and turned into two tornadoes in the air. They formed the true image of a phoenix and pressed forward. Ha, childish! Is this level of fire for grilling chicken wings? Luanyu's face was filled with anger. He held the sword with both hands and slashed forward. The two rays of sword chi were like mountains pressing against each other in front of him, and with a rumble, they burst forth with an earth-shattering force. Chi! The heavenly phoenix fire shadow was shattered in an instant. Luanyu directly moved forward and teleported in front of Fei, slashing down with his two swords. Bang! Fei and I's fire body was cut into pieces. With a flash of red light, he flew back a few thousand feet, his expression ugly. Damn it, how could this be? Yunxiao's face was filled with anxiety. The power bursting out of Luanyu's body at this moment was much stronger than when he was in the eternal world, and it was impossible for Fei to defeat him. Fei and I and Qi were in a dangerous situation. The battle between the six from outer space and the abyssal tribe was still unknown, but huge waves were crashing down from time to time. It was obviously very difficult. Poron and the others had almost become numb from all the killing, and their hearts had hardened. It was as if the people in front of them were no longer living beings, but puppets that could be torn apart at will. Li Yunxiao, go and help them, Polong said in a deep voice. Will be enough here. The strength of Polong and the others was at an advantage, and some of the stronger experts had been killed by Yunxiao. However, there were too many Sea Tribe members, and they were pouring in continuously. Yunxiao was worried about them, so he said, "All of you, enter the formation." He threw out his hands, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia immediately formed a line in front of him. Behind every puppet stood a giant spirit, and they charged forward with blades of light in their hands. They were like a golden great wall that blocked the 4 sea tribes outside. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and thrust his sword at Luanyu. Bang! Luanyu turned around and thrust her sword at Sword Death's red slash. The dragon might shattered the sword momentum and sent Yunxiao flying. How can he be so strong? Yunxiao was shocked. It was not until the first exchange of blows that he could truly feel the changes in Luanyu's body. Every sword strike was like a thunderous roar, shocking everyone. This gave Yunxiao a big headache, as he could not even shake the dragon realm with his strength. Luanyu glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "I'll kill you after I kill the heavenly phoenix. Snatch the divine realm tablet and I'll be the tablet master myself." In your dreams. Fei and I was furious. She gathered all her strength on her palms and let out a phoenix cry. The true shadow of the celestial phoenix appeared in the sky, and its cry pierced through everyone's eardrums, directly shaking everyone's spiritual altars and sea of consciousness, setting off waves. The faces of the people of the 4 Seas clan turned pale, and they knelt down in a large number. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia stood in the air above the main hall in a formation, but they did not take the initiative to attack. As soon as the tribesmen of the 4 Seas knelt, the killing immediately stopped, and the endless screams finally stopped. Luanyu's expression turned cold, and he laughed hideously. He raised his 2 swords and placed them behind his head, forming a sword stance. The dragon domain spread out from his body and rushed in all directions, repelling the heavenly phoenix flames. Since ancient times, the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix have been equally famous. But why has the true dragon always been in front? A dragon's shadow slowly condensed behind Luanyu's back. He opened his eyes in the universe's spacetime and gazed at the mortal world. Because heavenly phoenixes are only living beings of the inner realm and rely on the inheritance of the undying bloodline. On the other hand, true dragons are born from the heavens and earth and are born from the laws of the universe. They will forever be above all living beings. That's just your wishful thinking. Who was the one who was beaten and fled for 100,000 years? Who was the one who lost in the eternal world and had his body taken over by the demon race? Can't repeated failures make you realize who you are? Then, what awaits you will be ruthless defeats again and again, and the cruel reality will crush you into history. Bitch! Shut up. I'll use the sword in my hand to send you to the garbage dump of history. Luan Yu let out a furious roar, and his eyes shot out an aura that looked down on the world. His two swords suddenly slashed out. World sword, laws as one. The two rays of sword chi transformed into dragons and released their dragon might. They roared and rushed into the sky, shattering all the flames. Fanny's face turned pale and a trace of fear rose in her heart, but she quickly pushed it away. She formed a seal with both hands and shouted, "Undying phoenix flame!" Countless fire butterflies flew around her, and the true shadow of the heavenly phoenix flapped its wings and pounced toward the dragon shadow. Just as the two world-shaking powers were about to collide, a black streak of light suddenly shot through the air. A pitch-black chain dragged across the sky. The sound was empty, lonely, and distant, as if it did not belong to this world. As Xianxia, 3,000 worlds, the iron chain swayed, and the black shadow rippled up and down. It actually emitted circles of black light, binding the two sword chi dragons. Between the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix, there was a huge shadow of a true demon. It was making hand seals with one hand. Yun Xiao was in the middle of the giant shadow, trying his best to maintain the incantation gesture. His body trembled violently because of the overexertion, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The demonic energy spread out from the iron chain, like a drop of ink falling into water, and the ink color grew bigger and bigger. Bohemieux's expression finally changed, and a flash of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Boom! The three forces finally collided, and it was as if a scorching sun had exploded. The center of the energy was so terrifying that one couldn't see. Many members of the Sea Tribe looked on in fear. They instantly felt their eyes go blind and lost consciousness. What followed was an earth-shattering energy fluctuation that directly swept up a large number of the four seas tribes, turning them into ashes. A powerful light wave spread out from the illusionary hall. A beam of light shot into the sky and into the universe. The Sea God Hall was originally just an illusion, but under the impact of this power, it began to shake. Bohemieux's expression changed slightly, and his hands continuously formed seals. The golden light of the hall finally dissipated and slowly disappeared into the void. The entire forest of the sea was completely shattered by this force. At the intersection of the four seas, all water evaporated. The seawater within a radius of several thousand miles was directly evaporated, creating a huge vacuum. Feng Yaoli and the judge also stopped their attacks under this force. Yi's expression was extremely unsightly. He was in a sorry state after being killed by Feng Yaoli. With a flash, he appeared above the Ocean Clan members who had been crushed and used the blood art. Within the range of his domain, tiny scarlet beads appeared in the air and slowly gathered. Almost all of the elites of the four seas had died here. Such a large amount of blood was undoubtedly the best nourishment for him. The terrifying force of the impact lasted for a long time and did not dissipate. After the three of them were swept in by the impact, they were actually trapped in a spatial torrent and disappeared. Feng Yaoli's expression changed drastically. He knew that this was a temporary disturbance in the space, and it also proved that the three of them were seriously injured. Otherwise, this level of chaos would not be enough to trap them. Despite such a terrifying tremor, Lu Ding and Liu Jia remained standing in their original positions, holding their line and blocking most of the fluctuations. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia were still running, which meant that Yun Xiao was fine. Everyone felt a weight lift off their hearts, and they wondered how Fanny was doing. Feng Yaoli looked at the terrifying vacuum. If that attack had been aimed at him, he would have felt his scalp go numb at the thought of being dragged into it. He could not care about anything else and teleported in front of Duanmu Yoyu. He extended his hand and shouted, 9 luminary star staff, hand it over. Duanmu Yoyu chuckled. So what if I don't give it to you? You can't make things difficult for me. I can't make things difficult for you, Feng Yaoli sneered. But I can make things difficult for them. The frosty shadow of the cold sword streaked across, and with a clang Xuya, who was not far away, was cut in half before he could react. Uncle Xuya! The water deity was stunned for a long time before she let out a scream and burst into tears. She threw herself onto Xuya's body and wailed. Whoa, Uncle Xuya, why have you been cut in two? Whoa. Palong's heart sank, and he vomited a large amount of blood with a pu sound. His face was pale. Xuya was his subordinate, but he was also his friend. The Ocean Emperor's palace had rarely been visited in all these years. Apart from a few servants, only Xuya had accompanied them. Now, without any mental preparation, his body had been cut in half and he had died in front of his eyes. His mind was in chaos, as if a huge rock had hit his heart, making him extremely sad and angry. Feng Yaoli glanced at Palong's angry eyes and said sarcastically, "Only the weak will have enmity. The strong will attack directly." Poron was extremely remorseful. He was extremely remorseful of being dispirited all these years. Tears welled up in his eyes. As the king of the four seas, he was helpless in the face of his friend's death. Humiliation and regret filled his heart. He roared and rushed over. Bang! Without any surprise, Feng Yaoli's light punch sent him flying, and he fell to the ground far away. "Father!" the water deity cried and ran towards Poron. Feng Yaoli raised his sword and pointed it at the water fairy, her father, and Duanmu Tsang. He said coldly, "Hand it over or not, I'll kill one person per breath." Duanmu Yoyu's face turned pale. The referee turned around to take a look and became vigilant. He did not care if the others died. But Water Fairy was Yunxiao's woman. If she was killed, he would not be able to explain it to Yunxiao. However, he secretly prayed that Feng Li would not attack him, because the thousands of blood beads were gathering and filling his body. This energy was even more powerful and abundant than the one at the Five-Cloud Mountain. Missing even a single drop of blood would be a huge loss. "Brother, you can't give it to him," Duanmu Tsang said anxiously. "We don't deserve to die. Besides, with the demon's personality, even if we give it to him, he might not let us go." Feng Yaoli said, "Humph. Do you all think that I'm so bad? I can swear that as long as I get the 9 luminary star staff, I won't hurt you. I'll turn around and leave or else." His sword light rose and slashed towards the water immortal father and daughter. "You can't." Mo's body trembled. Just as he was about to attack, he heard a loud shout and a golden light flashed. Bomu finally moved, and the light and shadow instantly gathered in front of Feng Yaoli. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and with a clang, he actually managed to block the sword attack. "What? You?" Feng Yaoli was taken aback. He had seen Bomu sitting there all this time, and had thought that he was just an existence that looked impressive but was actually useless. He had not expected that he would be able to receive his sword chi with his bare hands. Although this sword did not use much power. Clang Bomu flicked his finger again, and a golden light struck the sword. Feng Yaoli felt an enormous force pushing against him, knocking his sword away. Feng Yaoli was shocked, and he said, "Who are you?" After this move, Boemu's expression changed slightly, as if he was hiding something. He gritted his teeth and said, "Monarch of the Snow Nation, don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape the consequences." "Humph, you're just pretending." Feng Yaoli naturally ignored him, and the power of his sword rose once more. This time, he showed no mercy, and directly used 100% of his power to slash at Bomu. The true primordial art and the power of the world of the snow country shone on each other and rotated, making them extremely powerful. Not far from him, Yuan was absorbing millions of blood beads, looking at him with a cold face. Boemu's expression was extremely unsightly, and with a furious roar, he charged forward, his hands forming an incantation. Boom! The two forces collided and condensed into a spiritual pressure. In a stalemate. The spiritual pressure was a dense golden color, like a layer of film. On it, hundreds of Maha-ancient characters appeared and evolved into rules. What the two of them had learned was a fragment of the Maha-ancient gods' tactic. The Grand Primordium and the Sun True tactics were similar when used. Duanmu Yoyu suddenly had a bad feeling and said in shock, "Lord Bo Mu!" Bo Mu's expression began to turn unsightly, and the golden light on his body gradually faded away. Black lines began to appear on his skin, which were the symbols of the demon race. Demon eyes. Duanmu Yoyu was shocked. "My lord, what should we do with this swan and eye?" With his ability, he could only watch helplessly from the side. He couldn't even get close to the spirit pressure of the confrontation between the two. Bo Mu's kind face began to turn malevolent, and the golden light around his body was gradually replaced by a demonic light. Feng Yaoli looked on coldly. Although he was also shocked, he was more curious. Lord Ancestor. Palong was also extremely shocked. Seeing the changes on Bo Mu's body, he wanted to step forward to help, but he didn't know what to do. "Haha. Bo Mu, you've finally remembered me?" A sound suddenly came from within Bo Mu's body, causing everyone to be baffled. Bo Mu's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but tremble. He cried out, "Lord Pu!" With this exclamation, everyone immediately understood who the person in his body was. They were all shocked. How is this possible? Wasn't Devil Lord Pu sealed in Tianshui in the southern domain by Yunxiao? The referee was also shocked. In a burst of anxiety, he felt the qi and blood in his body swell greatly. The blood beads that were continuously being absorbed began to change in his body. His entire body turned red like blood. "Hee, even without your body, I can still come out quickly. However, since you've already remembered me, this lord will temporarily borrow your body and return to the earth." Demonic light immediately began to surge from Bo Mu's body, swallowing him whole. "Lord Ancestor." Polong was shocked. He suddenly flew up and used all his strength to slap it. Bang! With a tremble, he was once again sent flying. He vomited blood all over the ground, and his aura dropped to the lowest point. Not only was he sent flying by the countershock, even Feng Yaoli, who was confronting him, felt that something was wrong. The spiritual pressure had originally been on par with his own, and his power had even held the upper hand. However, after the golden light in Bo Mu's palm had been extinguished, the demonic qi had grown even more powerful, and was now faintly surpassing his own. Suddenly, Bo Mu let out a cry of surprise, and then he made a grabbing motion in the air. A terrifying aura began to gather between his 5 fingers, slowly forming the blade of a saber. Agon! Bo Mu spat out lightly, and the Agama bone cleaver was pulled out. Without another word, it slashed toward Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli was shocked. The horns on his forehead suddenly burst out with light and shot over. At the same time, he grabbed his sword with his right hand and formed a barrier in front of him. Bang! The gold and silver light was shattered by Agon's bone cleaver. The blade light did not slow down and continued to fall down along with the momentum. Bang! The ice sword trembled violently, and Feng Yaoli was sent flying. Huado's huge true body glided in the air for hundreds of feet before coming to a stop. Devil Lord! Feng Yaoli's expression was extremely unsightly. He instantly understood that the person in front of him was no longer Bo Mu, and with a furious snort, he turned around and left. He was rather straightforward, knowing that he could no longer continue the fight. Moreover, he didn't really leave. He just didn't want to get involved in this chaotic battle. He would hide at the side and wait for the situation to clear up before coming out to take advantage of it. However, just as he turned into a ray of light, he felt the space around him freeze. He couldn't move. What? Feng Yaoli's eyes narrowed in shock as he saw Bo Mu standing 1,000 feet away with a saber in his hand. His eyes filled with derision and a cold smile. Feng Yaoli was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. Demon Lord, let's mind our own business. I hope we can live in peace without fighting. Ha? Peaceful coexistence. Mopu was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, "Sure. Come over and give me 3 slashes. If you don't die, then we can live in peace. Feng Yaoli sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed a little angry as he said, "Is the weapon in your hand the Six Paths demonic weapon? You'll die after being slashed by this thing once. So how can you not die after 3 slashes? I'm really worried about your IQ." Mopu sneered. "My meaning is very obvious. I won't let you live." Agon's bone cleaver struck again, and the entire void trembled. Feng Yaoli was shocked. How could he dare to resist the might of a demon master? He tried his best to break the suppression with his sword and was about to escape. However, he discovered that a shadow had descended. The sea god's temple had appeared out of thin air above it, and was suddenly pressing down. Boom! The blade of the Agando slashed in front of Feng Yaoli, but he blocked it with all his might. Then, the sea goddess Hall fell and struck his body, sending him flying. Feng Yaoli was shocked. As soon as he steadied his body, he turned into a beam of light and tried to escape. In front of him, a blood shadow flashed. He had long been spying on him and launched a sneak attack when he was unprepared. The blood shadow instantly turned into a huge palm and slapped over. In his shock, Feng Yaoli formed a palm with one hand and directly met the bloody palm. Boom! As the two palms collided, he didn't expect his palm force to be shattered and the blood print directly pressed down on his real body. No matter how strong his body was, he couldn't help but spit out blood as he was forced to retreat in the air. How can he be so strong? Feng Yaoli was both shocked and angry. Yi's attack seemed to be far stronger than the previous one, and his real body was injured again due to his wrong judgment. He let out a heavy breath after the attack. The red color on his body started to fade, and he gradually returned to normal. Ever since the demon master had appeared, his state of mind had been affected, and his state of mind had been in chaos. The blood beads that his body had absorbed began to produce a rejection reaction, unable to merge with his body. The palm just now had expelled the chaotic force from his body. Feng Yaoli stood with his sword in hand and said angrily, "Song Yao, get out of the way! The battle just now wasn't over. How can you step aside?" The referee said indifferently. Feng Yaoli's face darkened, and he said fiercely, "All right, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. A generation's demon king and a generation's demon master. They wouldn't join forces to fight this lord, right?" "Ha ha ha." Mopu laughed out loud. He approached with his saber and said coldly, "He's fighting you one-on-one, and I'm also fighting you one-on-one. Which eye of yours saw us joining forces?" "Yes, yes." The referee also laughed and said, "We're all fighting you one-on-one. How can we join forces?" Feng Yaoli was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was still fine. Although his strength was more powerful than before, it was still within the range that he could deal with. However, that demon master was truly terrifying and unfathomable. "Demon Lord, why are you forcing me? If I have offended you in any way, I, Feng Li, will apologize and admit my mistakes. At this time, even if you were a real dragon, a heavenly phoenix, or a ruler, you would have to lower your head." Feng Yaoli understood, so he cupped his fists and admitted defeat. "It's actually nothing much," answered Mopu indifferently. "El just took over Boemu's body, and he has an extremely strong desire to kill you. So, I'll just kill you in passing. This reason is too far-fetched." Feng Yaoli was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said resentfully, "Bomu is Bomu and Milord is Milord. Could it be that Milord would be led by the nose by a mere Bomu? You dare say that I'm being led by the nose? Die!" Without a word, Agon's bone cleaver silently slashed over. Feng Yaoli was shocked. He didn't expect that someone of his status would suddenly make a move. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to meet the attack. Bang! The two blades collided, and the terrifying blade light and sword chi dispersed. The absolute beginning golden light and the world power on Feng Yaoli's sword were both destroyed by the demonic light, and they were forced to retreat. At this critical moment, a terrifying aura came from behind. Clang! The underworld will cut through the air and slash toward his waist. Feng Yaoli felt a chill run up his spine. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He couldn't care less about the demonic blade in front of him. He turned his body abruptly, forcibly broke through the demonic light, and teleported away. Bang! His huge body was forced out of position, and he was immediately struck by the demon master's sword again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Despicable scoundrel! Feng Yaoli had completely gone mad. Golden and silver light shot out from his horns, dancing and spreading in the sky. In an instant it turned into a Tai Chi diagram, sealing off an area of the sky and earth. As the searing power fell, Mo's expression changed slightly, and he instantly transformed into a blood-red light. He knew the power of the Taiji sky-sealing seal, and it would be troublesome if he were to be sealed inside. Meanwhile, Mopu stood on the spot without moving. He watched quietly, allowing the seal to land around him. Ha ha ha! Feng Yaoli laughed wildly, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Demon Lord, you're too arrogant, testing my sky-sealing mark with your own body. This seal's divine power could even seal the heavens. Who do you think you are? He had been beaten to a pulp just now, and now all his grievances exploded in an instant. With a flash of his figure, he flew down and walked towards the demon master with his cold sword, ice and frost. Didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? Feng Yaoli said coldly. He raised his cold sword and slashed at the demon master. Bang! The demon master raised the Agama bone cleaver and easily received the sword momentum. A circle of faint light waves spread out. The surroundings became unusually quiet. Feng Yaoli was dumbfounded, and he said awkwardly, "This Ingluo, you Ingluo." Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. His limbs were cold, without any warmth. His heart trembled violently, and he was enveloped in boundless fear. The demon lord's lips curled up slightly as he mocked. "What can I say about you? Forget it, let's not talk about it. I'll send you directly to the west." A powerful demonic light burst out of the Agama bone cleaver. With a boom, the earth trembled, and the Taiji sky-sealing seal began to spin violently. The power of the seal was not ineffective, but the seal of the rules on the Agama bone cleaver could not be sealed. Boom! The Tai Chi bicolored light in the sky suddenly shattered and turned into two-colored light before dissipating into the air. The demon lord's saber slashed down, and the huge saber light shook the ice sword. The spirit light on the sword trembled, and the world power dissipated. Boom! A large amount of blood gushed out of Feng Yaoli's Hodo true body. From the shoulder down there was a shocking knife wound, and blood was gushing out. Peft! Feng Yaoli spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body withered. With a clang his sword stabbed into the ground, and he half knelt. At this moment, a spatial storm appeared above the shattered Taiji seal, growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, two streaks of light shot out from within and revealed their true forms several thousand feet away. They were Yunxiao, Feini, and Luanyu. Covered in blood, Yunxiao held Feini in his arms. A misty golden light emerged from his broken body. Feini had fallen asleep in his arms. On the other side, Yuri wasn't having a good time either. He was covered in blood, and his dragon scales had been shattered. However, there was a layer of green dragon light that wrapped around it. The dragon light was dark and flickering. Big brother Yunxiao. Seeing this, the water deity immediately burst into tears and sobbed, "Woo-woo, Uncle Zuya was killed by this bad guy, and my father was also injured by him." She pointed at Feng Yaoli. Yunxiao saw him in an instant, and as if he had seen a ghost, he gasped and cried out, "Demon Lord Pu!" Luanyu trembled as well, then turned his hateful eyes from Yunxiao to Mopu, and his face also changed. Clang with a flip of his hand. Mopu put away Agama's bone cleaver and grinned at Yunxiao as he said, "His corporeal body is glowing with void light, and his cultivation has also reached the peak of the sovereign patriarch realm. You've improved a little after 33 days. Yunxiao's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He had had the illusion that the man in front of him might not be Mopu, but after hearing his words, he knew that his illusion had been shattered. After resisting Luan Yu's attack, his physical body had forcefully broken through to the harmonization realm and stepped into the illusory light realm. Only then did he manage to save his life. Feini, on the other hand, fainted and fell into a deep sleep. Yunxiao checked his body and found nothing serious, then put him away in the Divine Realm tablet with relief. Luan Yu wasn't any better. If it wasn't for that dragon light, he would have died in that terrifying attack just now. Thinking about it now, he still felt a lingering fear. He formed hand seals with one hand and spoke in the dragon language. The dragon light began to spiral around his body, and his transparent body became solid. Dragon scales, head, claws, whiskers, horns, and so on were revealed one by one. It was actually a huge green dragon. After the azure dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath. It was like a thick cloud of mist that gathered and did not dissipate, giving people an inexplicable pressure. Shilong! Yunxiao suddenly cried out. Shilong! The long green dragon that was coiling in the void was the eldest son of the dragon, Shilong, who was sleeping in the East Sea's rainy land. Shilong slowly opened his eyes, his face fierce. Although it was ferocious, it did not seem to have any consciousness. Luan Yu stood on the dragon's head and made hand seals with one hand. His clothes moved without any wind and fluttered in the air. He gave Yunxiao a cold look, then turned his eyes back to Piyu, his face solemn. Feng Yaoli also saw Jiyu at this moment. He hurriedly stood up and said anxiously, "Brother Yuri, quickly save me." "Yo, who's this? He looks so familiar." "He looks a little like my good friend, Feng Yaoli." Luan Yu sneered coldly, a cold light shooting out of his eyes. Feng Yaoli didn't care about his face anymore, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Yuri, that's me." "Oh, so it really is Brother Li. I wonder why Brother Li is standing here and swaying? Could it be that he's doing weight loss exercises after eating?" Luan Yu sneered, his face full of ridicule. Feng Yaoli was so angry that he almost couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Brother Yuri, save me. I'm willing to sacrifice my lifespan to help you divine the location of the Dragonized Pool." The Dragonized Pool? Everyone was stunned, revealing a stunned expression. Yunxiao's face flickered as if he had thought of something, and his heart trembled. 100,000 years ago, in the Land of Bones, where the Dragon Transformation Pool was located, the experts had sealed the Devil Lord's clone, Di Jun, with their dragon shells. The dragon's shell was the body left behind after the birth of the true dragon, and the place where the bones were buried was once a dragon transformation pool, because it had nurtured the birth of the true dragon. And the Dragonized Pool that Feng Yaoli had mentioned was definitely not the one in the burial land. Yunxiao was so shocked that he could not help but say, "The Dragonized Pool? Could it be the birthplace of the next generation of true dragons?" As soon as he said that, everyone immediately understood and was shocked. Duanmu Youyu also seemed to have gained enlightenment as he exclaimed, "I understand. Luan Yu didn't have long to live, so the next generation of true dragons would be born in the realm of heavenly martial arts." He wanted to find the dragon transformation pool and seize the fortune of the next true dragon to complete himself and return to the realm of World King. Mopu sneered and said, "A true dragon? However, it's nothing." Luan Yu's face turned cold, and he stared at Feng Yaoli with a murderous look. "You really talk a lot." Feng Yaoli's face was covered in cold sweat. He said hurriedly, "Once the heaven and earth give birth to a true dragon, there will be natural phenomena and all living things will sense it. Even if we don't tell them now, these people will find out sooner or later." Luan Yu said coldly, "Even so, I don't like people talking nonsense in front of me, especially when they say things I don't like to hear. Your senior brother, the 100 will not, died because of this. It seems that you will also follow in his footsteps." "What? You killed the 100-wheel Yui?" Yunxiao was startled, and a wave of anger surged in his heart. Although he had not known Baishan Yui for a long time, she had taken care of him and taught him the true primordial mantra. He was both a teacher and a friend. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he suddenly thought of something. Before he left, the 100 will not had imprinted a set of coordinates in his mind. Now, from the conversation between Luanyu and Feng Yaoli, the location of the coordinates was very likely to be the place where the next generation would become a dragon. Duanmu Yu was also extremely furious. He roared, "You killed Senior Bai Shuyui." His eyes turned cold, and he stared at Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli's multiple failures at the critical moment had made him realize that this person was absolutely unreliable. Shi Long opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a dragon breath. Boom! The ground trembled. Feng Yaoli was shocked, and the space around him was frozen. An extremely bright green light struck down from the sky. It was Luan Yu's Dragon Fist Infinite Light. Feng Yaoli roared in despair. Luan Yu, you're a despicable person. He raised his ice sword and slashed out with all his might. Bang! The terrifying power of the fist struck his body in waves, causing the ground within a radius of several thousand feet to cave in. Yun Xiao and the others all looked on coldly. It was just a single punch, but it had the effect of 10 million hits, shattering all of Feng Yaoli's defenses. A lot of blood burst out of Huado's body. Luan, you won't die a good death, Luan. Feng Yaoli stood on the shattered ground. The ground was covered in cracks and debris, just like his body that had been split apart. Clang, clang. The ice sword fell to the ground and lost its luster. Feng Yaoli's huge body fell backward and landed on the ground with a loud bang. The ambitious and ruthless ruler of a generation had finally become history. Yun Xiao teleported down and waved his hand to put away Feng Yaoli's body, cold sword, and frost. Luan Yu looked at him coldly and mocked. You even pick up trash? The Heavenly Martial League is very poor, Yun Xiao said faintly. Lord Yuri, you're a piece of trash, too. Why don't you contribute it yourself? I don't mind accepting it. Luan Yu snorted coldly and said, Li Yun Xiao, you may have scolded me, but I'm magnanimous and will not hold it against you. But now that you've released the Demon Master, I'd like to see how you're going to clean up the mess. So, according to what you said, I'm responsible for the Demon Lord's birth? Yun Xiao sneered. Luan Yu had a matter-of-fact look and said, That's natural. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore, Yun Xiao said. You can say whatever you want. I just want to ask you, did you really kill the 100 Will Not? Luan Yu could sense Yun Xiao's anger and killing intent, but the two of them were like fire and water, so he naturally had nothing to fear. Facing the sharp gaze, he nodded and said, That old man is so stubborn. He has clearly calculated the location of the dragonification site, but he refused to tell me. Doesn't he deserve to die? Yun Xiao raised his head coldly and said, I don't know if he should die or not, but I know you should. Luan Yu sneered, Haha, I should die? Now that the Demon Master is in front of you, you don't want to get rid of the demon. But you want to have an internal strife with me? Internal strife? In my eyes, you deserve to die more than the demons. Yun Xiao sneered. You're a devil. To get rid of the devil, you must first get rid of the dragon. Ridiculous. Luan Yu angrily rebuked. You're clearly abusing your position for your own benefit. You're borrowing the power of the Heavenly Martial Alliance to avenge your own personal grievances. What qualifications and face do you have to be the Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master? What right do I have to do with you? Yun Xiao asked. What does it have to do with you? You can just wait for your death. He took out 2 jade boxes on the spot and crushed them. 2 balls of jade-like light burst out from them and flickered in his palms. It was 2 level 10 divine pills, and he put them in his mouth in front of everyone, swallowing them together. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. Each level 10 divine pill was filled with vast spiritual chi and regulations. An ordinary person would need a large amount of time to consume and absorb just 1 pill. Furthermore, they would need an expert to stand guard by their side to prevent any accidents from happening due to the pill's power being too strong. He, on the other hand, swallowed 2 at a time. Suddenly, spiritual light burst out from every pore of his body, making him look like a pill. In the previous clash with Luan Yu, he had struggled to return from the edge of life and death. His physical body had directly stepped into the void light realm, and his cultivation had also touched the barrier of the ultimate void realm. If he was given a few months of quiet cultivation, he would be able to break through. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time, so he could only choose this violent method. In order to ensure the success of the breakthrough, he chose 2 divine pills at once, both of which had milder pill energy fluctuations. But even so, it still caused his ethereal light realm physical body to swell up, becoming as round as a balloon. Demon Lord Pu was also stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Haha, you're really going all out. Will you explode? I'm looking forward to it." Xianxia was also a little regretful. The medicinal properties of the 2 pills were too strong, and they were clashing with each other in his body. His internal organs felt like they were being boiled in water, almost cooked. 2 at once? Duanmu Yoyu was shocked. "You ate too much." "I know, I feel terrible." Yunxiao's body turned round, and as he spoke, snake-like spirit energy spewed out of his mouth. After its body expanded several times, it finally stopped and began to maintain a certain volume. Luanyu's eyes darkened, knowing that Xianxia had taken control of the situation. He sneered and said, "You didn't explode. Xiaofeng Ken's light glass body is really something. Then let me help you." In a flash, he teleported down from Shilong's body and appeared in front of Xianxia, thrusting his sword at his belly. Xianxia was so fat that he could not see his belly, but he sensed danger with a sweep of his divine sense. He made a hand seal and retreated, and 2 golden beams of light flew toward him. It was 6 Ding and 6 Jia, one striking out with a fist, the other forming a palm, striking towards the formless true self. Bang! The 2 golems' fists and palms collided with the sword and were instantly sent flying. The Luan feather sword chi rose up again and chased over. However, the other 10 puppets flew over and surrounded Yuri before launching their attacks in unison. Bang! After a huge tremor, Luanyu's expression changed slightly. He jumped up, and his sword-wielding figure flashed in the air. He returned to Shilong's body and shouted, "Attack!" He had managed to escape the terrifying attack earlier because of Shilong's protection, but he had also suffered quite a bit of injury. At this moment, he didn't dare to fight Lu Ding and Lu Jia head-on, so he immediately rode the dragon and rose into the air. Shilong's body circled in the air for a while before he suddenly spat out a dragon breath. Xianxia quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, and 6 Ding and 6 Jia immediately joined hands to pull open a barrier of light. Boom! The dragon's breath hit the barrier, causing the surrounding to shake, but it couldn't break it. Shilong's eyes opened wide in anger as he spat out some words in dragon language. He then swung his tail and struck down. The long tail was like a whip, and with a PA sound, it struck the light barrier. A loud boom sound rang out, and Lu Ding and Lu Jia's entire bodies were smacked into the ground. However, the barrier still did not break. What? Luanyu's face revealed a shocked expression. How can he be so strong? A large number of runes burst out from Lu Ding and Lu Jia's bodies, and the giant spirits stood up from behind them. Each of them held a light blade and slashed at Shilong. Luanyu's face flickered as he recalled the divine fiend apparitions condensed by these things in Yunxiao's battle with Qiu. His face turned solemn as he cried out, "Break them one by one!" Shilong's eyes turned red, and he turned into a beam of green light, rushing toward Lu Ding and Lu Jia. A barrier appeared on the dragon's body. It was almost solid and as hard as stone. Boom! The entire true body of Shilong crashed into the 12 divine beings' killing formation. Lu Ding and Lu Jia finally couldn't take it anymore and were sent flying. Xianxia was shocked. Shilong's true body was definitely in the creation realm. Li Yunxiao, the grudge between you and me is over today. With a towering aura, Luanyu rode Shilong and rushed at Xianxia. The dragon's might rolled down, and wherever it passed, the earth below cracked. From the beginning to the end, Devil Lord Pu watched Luanyu and Xianxia fight coldly. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky and laughed. "You're so secretive. Do you think no one knows who you are? Don't you feel too good about yourself?" In the lonely sky, there was not a single moment of peace. The intense battle continued, and a large amount of light waves spread out. A pair of eyes gradually appeared in the sky. It was as if they were a miniature of the entire sky, so deep that they were bottomless. Kawako watched quietly, looking at the battle between Luanyu and Yunxiao, then at the demon lord Pu. The Lord of the Abyss. 9 Abyss? The pair of eyes did not speak. They were like stars embedded in the sky, emitting a bright light without any emotion. Kwa Zi glanced at Demon Master Pu, then looked in Shilong's direction. Just as Yunxiao was retreating and Shilong was charging madly, the void shook slightly, and a huge hand reached out. A green dragon rune appeared in the palm of the giant hand and flickered in the void. Immediately, 5 colored rays of light swirled around the palm and turned into the 5 elements True Kong Dragon Seal. Boom! The void was shattered, and the 5 elements True Astral Dragon Seal flew down, locking onto Shilong's back and striking at Luanyu. What? That's a Kasaya. Luanyu's pupils contracted, as if he had seen something that made him angry. He roared, "How is this possible? Unfilial son, you're still alive." Shilong also raised his head, and a ball of mist appeared on his huge dragon eyes. He seemed to be a little confused. Boom! When the 5 elements True Kong Dragon Seal hit Shilong's head, the Luanyu also received a huge impact. He flew back on the back of the dragon and only stopped when he reached Shilong's tail. Yunxiao was taken aback as well, and he looked in the direction of the giant hand. The void trembled and a man walked out. His face was thin as snow and he was dressed in a white robe. He had dragon horns on his head and the hair on his temples fluttered between his cheeks. As soon as this man appeared, it was obvious that he was a dragon. His hands were covered with sharp dragon scales. However, his expression was a little dull, and his eyes had spirit but no spiritual light. He turned his eyes and looked at the ruling plume, and killing intent immediately shot out from his eyes. Yunxiao was shocked. He was sure that this body was Chio's Dharma body. But who was inside it? As if sensing Yunxiao's gaze, Chio Wei turned her head and glanced at him. There was a look of surprise in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. "Don't tell me it's Xianxia?" Yunxiao carefully scanned the prisoner with his divine sense and found that his soul power was extremely weak. He immediately understood. Demon Lord Pu Yuan was a little angry because the pair of eyes in the sky had shifted their gaze away from him and looked into the distance. It made him feel like he was being looked down on. Just as he was about to raise his saber and slash at it, he was suddenly stunned. His gaze was attracted by the prison Dharmakaya. He even revealed a playful smile on his face and said, "Tisk, TSK. He actually found this magical body. Is this considered a kind of success?" Luanyu was also bewildered, his heart wildly shaking. He said angrily, "Unfilial son, you really didn't die." Even though his eyes were unfocused, his aura and hatred were unmistakable. Chio also stared at him. The killing intent in his eyes continued to gather, only increasing. Luanyu's pupils contracted. "I understand now. Your soul has already split into tens of thousands. It's just that one of the tens of thousands of souls has unintentionally found a physical body. That's why your memories are also severely damaged. Even so, you still haven't forgotten your hatred for your father." He pointed at Yunxiao and said, "Don't you forget, this is the real person who killed you." "Nonsense. Lord Chio," Yunxiao scolded angrily. "We are comrades who fought side by side. This person who pointed at a deer as a horse is the one you've always wanted to kill. Don't forget your own heart. Just follow your own heart." Luanyu's chest almost exploded from anger. He cursed in anger, "Li Yunxiao, do you still have any shame?" "Inner heart swan and I," Chio muttered to himself, his eyes immediately bursting with boundless killing intent as he raised his hand to strike at the ruling plume. Shilong had been on alert the whole time. He suddenly raised his head, and with a dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens, he charged towards the prison. Bang! The 2 of them were dragon children and had creation realm bodies. Under the impact, the heavens and earth cracked, and a terrifying power spread out, turning into squalls that scattered. Xianxia was both surprised and overjoyed. He was overjoyed that he had gained a helper for no reason, and surprised that the power of a creation realm expert was so terrifying. Luanyu was about to go crazy from anger as he loudly said, "My beloved son, my third son, I am your royal father. How can you raise your blade against me? That Li Yunxiao is our common enemy." He had a righteous look on his face, and his eyes were full of kindness and fatherly love. "Father, kill, 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 kill." Cho mumbled in confusion. Then his killing intent grew stronger. All his doubts were wiped away, leaving only a firm killing intent. Boom! The two dragon children fought in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Their dragon might surged in all directions. However, Shilong had always been in his dragon form. Although he was powerful, he was not flexible enough. Although Chiu was in human form, his consciousness was blurry. He was fighting purely with killing intent and instinct, but it was all a head-on battle. Ha ha ha! Yunxiao could not help but laugh wildly. "Luanyu, what immoral thing have you done? Your own son actually wants to kill you so much. Even when his soul has split into tens of thousands and his memory is lost, he still doesn't forget to kill you." Luanyu's face was ashen. Clearly, he was extremely angry. He suddenly noticed the eyes in the sky and was shocked. He turned around and cupped his fists. "Lord Nine Abyss, please help." Yunxiao was taken aback as well, and he looked into the pair of deep eyes with a serious expression. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, just like the stars in the sky. They had been there for hundreds of millions of years, staring at the earth. After the passage of time, there were no emotions or twists. Yunxiao was shocked as he looked up at the endless sky worriedly, wondering how Gu Qingqing and the other six were doing. The fierce battle had never stopped, and the Lord of the Abyss was watching the show so leisurely. The situation was probably not good. The pair of eyes gradually grew fainter and slowly disappeared into the sky. Then, a thin figure appeared in the space where Kawako was. It looked like a young man wearing a black cloak and looked at the crowd quietly. That gaze was exactly the same as the eyes from before, completely different from the young boy's tender face. "Lord Nine Abyss, help me slay the demon," Luanyu said with a serious expression. Yunxiao almost vomited blood as he scolded angrily. "You scum! Who's the demon and who's the devil? Don't try to bewitch people here." Zhou Yuan looked around quietly and said, "He is the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. Why did you kill him?" Luanyu's expression changed slightly, but he still said righteously, "Although he's the master of the Divine Realm Tablet, he has gone astray and it's hard to turn back. Didn't you see him use his demonic technique earlier? Even the demonic weapon of the Six Paths can be moved, and this demon master was released by him." There was no change on Zhou Yuan's face. His face was like a pair of eyes, as if it had not changed for hundreds of millions of years. "Lord Zhou Yuan," Yunxiao hurriedly said, "don't listen to his nonsense. This person even wanted to kill his own son. Could be seen how low his character was. Your Excellency is a peak expert of a world. You should abide by the righteous path and kill the demon dragon." Although Zhou Yuan and Luanyu only had a short conversation, he could hear a lot of content. There were at least 2 points. One was that Zhou Yuan wasn't a bad person, otherwise someone like Luanyu would never talk about the righteous path with him, and would most likely talk about benefits like Feng Yaoli. Second, Zhou Yuan did not want to go against the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. Although the demon Lord Pu looked disdainful, he was also quite surprised. Since when did the realm of heavenly martial arts have such a powerful figure? At the very least, when all the powerhouses in the world besieged him 100,000 years ago, he did not have any impression of this person. He couldn't help but feel a little sad, sighing at the vastness of the world. He had underestimated the people of the world back then. "Li Yunxiao," Luanyu angrily rebuked, "do you think Lord Nine Abyss is blind? You just used a demonic technique and even activated the Six Paths demonic weapon. What's the difference between you and the demonic lord?" "No," Yunxiao retorted, How can cultivation techniques and weapons be good or evil? Even if you were a true dragon of the world, as long as you were evil, you would still become an evil demon that the world would not tolerate. Otherwise, why would the heavens and earth begin to give birth to a new generation of true dragons when you, a true dragon, were still around? It's because heaven and earth can no longer tolerate you. Luan Yu flew into a rage, and the dragon's scales on his body opened up in anger. These words touched his mind and soft spot. Ever since he was severely injured, he had been trying to find a way to maintain his cultivation level. However, in the end, he had the 5 decays of heaven and man and had to accept his fate of gradually declining, causing his cultivation level to drop. He thought of all sorts of ways to survive, including snatching the dragon essence of a few blessed realm sons. At one point, he was betrayed by his friends and family. However, he had managed to survive until now through various means. 100,000 years ago, he began to truly feel panic and vaguely sensed the fate of the birth of the next generation of true dragons. There could only be one true dragon in the realm of heavenly martial arts. The birth of a new true dragon would inevitably be accompanied by the death of the older generation. It was impossible for 2 generations to exist at the same time. Even though he had enemies all over the world for countless years, he had never felt such fear. Because the birth of a true dragon was the will of the heavens, which meant that it was the heavens who wanted him dead. Shut up. Since I'm a true dragon, I represent the rules of heaven and earth. My will is the will of heaven. Luan Yu flew into a rage, and his eyes gleamed with killing intent as he stared at Xianxia and said coldly, "What new generation of true dragon? It's impossible for such a thing to happen." "So what if you don't?" Xianxia sneered. "What are you panicking for?" "I'm not panicking." Luanvu's anger could not be contained, and he even somewhat lost his sense of propriety. Okay. You're not panicking. I'm panicking, okay? Xianxia said slowly. "I remember that in the eternal world, the 100th Will Yui gave me a space-time coordinate. I thought there were beautiful women there, but it seems that is not the case. I was overjoyed for nothing." "What?" Luan Yu's entire body trembled, and he was practically trembling. "What coordinates? Quickly tell me." He had completely lost his composure and looked extremely fierce. He wanted to pounce on her. Duamu Yu was also extremely shocked and said, "Young Master Yun, you've also met Senior Baishu Yui?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Not only did he teach me the true primordial mantra, but he also imprinted an inexplicable space-time coordinate in my mind. Alas, I can't forget it even if I wanted to. I thought it was something good." As if to prove it, he made a hand seal with one hand, and 9 Maha-ancient characters appeared on his fingertips. Rings of golden light spread out. "The true primordial secret art." Luan Yu cried out in surprise, and was immediately convinced. Her eyes, which were fixed on Xianxia, turned extremely sharp. His heart kept sinking, because Xianxia was the most difficult opponent he had ever met. He was the best in both strength and wisdom, and what was more terrifying was that he was the master of the Divine Realm Tablet, following the will of heaven. Luan Yu kept telling himself in his heart, "Don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way." Apart from the intense battle between the 2 dragon sons in the sky, the place where the 4 of them stood was strangely quiet. Zhou Yuan suddenly said, "I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but it's true that the demon master is right in front of us. No matter what grudges you have, one is a real dragon, and the other is the Divine Realm Tablet Master. We should work together to eliminate the demon." Xianxia was overjoyed. Although Zhou Yuan was not famous and did not look like the kind type, he did not expect him to be a righteous man with a righteous heart. "Your Excellency is right. I hope you can help me, my lord." Xianxia immediately cupped his fists and said, "We can suppress the devil together." Luan Yu's expression kept changing, but he didn't say anything. What did the demon lord have to do with him? All he wanted to do now was to retrieve the coordinates from Xianxia's mind, then kill the true dragon before it was born, seize the good fortune of heaven and earth from him, and return to the Realm King. Haha! After watching the show for so long, is it finally time to move your muscles and bones? Demon Master Pu sneered and looked at the few of them coldly. Zhou Yuan looked at Demon Lord Pu and said without any expression, "You're just a clone, not your true body. There's not much point in killing you, but since it's a demon, there's a reason to get rid of it." The demonic lord's brows furrowed with anger as he laughed evilly. "Ha! What, are you looking down on this clone?" Zhou Yuan didn't say a word. He formed a seal with one hand and placed it in front of him, softly chanting a secret technique. The wind and clouds in the sky changed color, and a mass of black light began to spin, covering 1,000 miles. The entire time and space seemed to freeze in an instant, turning into his back. In the sky, the deep-sea giant beasts seemed to have sensed something and disappeared one by one. The firmament, which had been in a fierce battle just now, suddenly became unusually peaceful. Demon Lord Pu crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched his actions coldly. Zhou Yuan didn't make a move. He only used a secret technique to summon the giant abyssal beasts back, and the sky returned to normal. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. This proved that Zhou Yuan's attitude was no longer his enemy. On the contrary, Luan Yu's expression was even more unsightly. Without Zhou Yuan's help, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. In the sky, Gu Qingqing and the others, who were fighting, had long been exhausted. Seeing their opponents disappear one by one, they all felt that something was wrong. Why did they all disappear? Did something happen down there? I've always had a strange feeling that these giant beasts don't seem to want to kill us. They just want to trap us here. What? Do you feel the same way? You too. The 6 of them looked at each other and frowned. Don't worry about it. Let's go down and have a look. I wonder how Yun Xiao is doing. The 6 of them immediately turned into light and flew down from the 9 heavens. Yun Xiao immediately sensed the presence of the 6 people. Although their auras were extremely weak, they were not injured or killed. He breathed a sigh of relief and gave Zhou Yuan a grateful look. "Thank you for your mercy, Lord Nine Abyss." Luan Yu's expression also changed greatly. He glared at Zhou Yuan and began to doubt him. But even so, he was helpless. If he attacked Zhou Yuan at this moment, he would be courting death. Zhou Yuan was still standing in the sky expressionlessly, as if he had not seen the attitude of the 2. Alliance Master Yun, Gu Qingqing, the Liao brothers, and the others landed beside Yun Xiao. When they saw the situation, they were taken aback. Not to mention Luan Yu, Nine Abyss, and the Demon Lord were all unfathomable, and Qiu and Shi were even more earth-shaking, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. "Lord Bo Mu has joined the devil?" Gu Qingqing asked in surprise. Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Be careful, everyone. He has been possessed by the Devil Lord. He is no longer himself." Demon Lord Pu. The 6 people were all shocked. Gu Qingqing said in surprise, "What's going on with this Ing Luo?" Yun Xiao knew that it would be difficult to explain for the time being, so he decided not to. "I finally understand why Lord Bo Mu didn't dare to make a move this entire time. It turns out that the demonic qi in his body hasn't been completely expelled, and has only been suppressed. If I use my true qi, I'll be forced out by your backlash. You're my slave, after all." Pu nodded and said with a smile, "How can you break free so easily? Unless he suppresses his power to a certain extent for all eternity, I'll definitely be alerted if he exceeds that limit. I can then directly descend into this body and possess it." Yun Xiao's heart sank. If even Bo Mu, who was cultivating the sun incantation, could not completely get rid of the demonic barrier, did that mean that Hua Qianshu would be under Dijia's control forever? "Does being a demonic servant mean that I will never have freedom?" he asked. "Of course not," the Demon Lord chuckled. "There are still many ways. For example, I'm willing to cancel the master-servant contract. This is the simplest, but in a sense, it's also the most difficult. Your true self is still in Tianshui of the southern region," Yun Xiao said. "I'm afraid you'll be free soon, right?" "That's right," the Demon Master said. "Even if it doesn't descend upon Bo Mu, the formation spirit won't be able to suppress me for long." "What, you want to save Bo Mu?" A mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Yun Xiao nodded and said earnestly, I hope you can let Bo Mu off. He hasn't used any devilish arts in the past 100,000 years. So it's clear that he doesn't want to become a devil. Ha ha ha, as my slave. How can I let him do as he wishes? The demon Lord Pu's face was frosty as he said, Moreover, this traitor has opposed me time and time again. Could it be that he used the power of a secret technique to suppress the devil essence? I could have come out of the 33 heavens tens of thousands of years ago. Why did I need to do this? This traitor must die. I've heard that the demon masters were divided into good and evil, Xianxia said seriously. Lord Pu, you should have a good side. But why are you still evil and vicious? Huh? Good and evil? How can there be pure good and pure evil in this world? Just like the two extremes of yin and yang, everything had a counter to each other. If there was good, there would be evil. Good and evil bred different thoughts and produced different character traits, thus splitting me and the emperor. However, even if they are split individuals, how can they not have opposing thoughts? How can they not coexist between good and evil? He laughed and said, Moreover, what is good? What evil? It's just a thought from my heart. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, LV learned a lot. However, this one still hopes that my lord will spare Bo Mu. He begged again. Let him go? Hey, can you give me a reason? I'll tell you something despairing. Mopu sneered. If I can't beat you guys later, I'll self-destruct this body. Ha ha ha. You coward. Not only was Xianxia completely at a loss, but the people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the Sea Emperor Palace were also dumbfounded. If he killed the demon, Bo Mu would die without a doubt. Luan Yu gloated at the side and laughed maliciously. Li Yunxiao, between righteousness and friendship, which one will you choose? Zhou Yuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, He's only a clone, so it doesn't matter if I kill him or not. However, since this Bo Mu was a demonic servant, he would be a slave for life. Even if he didn't kill him now, he would be killed sooner or later. Unless he dispels the demonic sense and suppresses his cultivation to the true immortal realm, he won't be able to escape. It's not difficult to suppress my cultivation base, Xianxia said in a hurry. Lord Nine Abyss, do you have a way to expel the demonic thoughts? I'll try, Zhou Yuan said. He has the incomplete Maha Ancient God tactic, so there should be hope. Mopu immediately became alert. He clenched his 5 fingers and Agon's bone cleaver appeared in his hand. He said warily, Who do you think you are? How dare you say you want to expel me? You're right, Zhou Yuan said. Good and evil are only a thought. A thought can create all dharma, and a thought can destroy all dharma. He raised his hand, and a golden light flickered on his fingertips. Then he pointed. In a flash, he appeared in front of Mopu. Dang! The finger touched the back of Agon's bone cleaver, causing a ripple of light. What? Mopu's body trembled. The power of his opponent's finger had actually suppressed the power of the 6 Paths demonic weapon, rendering him unable to move. The rest of the people were all shocked. On Zhou Yuan's fingertips, the golden light was like words. They turned into ancient Maha characters that disappeared on Aganda's body. The Maha Ancient God tactic was the ultimate understanding of the rules of the heavenly martial arts realm, and each word represented a rule. This is Ingluo? Yunxiao's eyes were filled with doubt. What Zhou Yuan condensed at his fingertips was indeed the ancient Maha character, but it was not any of the 4 divine arts. While Mopu was being suppressed, a golden light flashed between his brows, and the same words appeared. The shadow of Bo Mu's soul seemed to be faintly visible, sitting cross-legged on his forehead and constantly making hand seals. The light from the True Sun mantra immediately began to shine brightly. Starting from the center of Bo Mu's forehead, a golden light spread out and swept down, sweeping away the demonic qi around him. So strong! Yunxiao and the others were all shocked as they looked at Zhou Yuan in horror. Incomplete deity technique. Polong was both surprised and delighted. What's an incomplete divine art? Yunxiao asked hurriedly. What's an incomplete divine art? The Maha Ancient God's tactic is no longer in existence. Many experts have searched for it and studied it for countless years. There are many incomplete chapters. The so-called four-great methodology was the most self-contained system and the closest to the original Shin methodology. Although the divine power that Sir Nine Abyss is using now is not one of the four great divine arts, it must be an incomplete divine art. Yun Xiao immediately understood. He fixed his eyes on the characters at Zhou Yuan's fingertips. He knew almost every character, but when they were combined, they produced different rules and myriad changes, which were indeed completely different from the four divine arts. Mopu held the agama and stared at Zhou Yuan coldly for a while before saying, "You are very strong." Zhou Yuan's expression did not change, like an unmoving mountain. "This time we'll just treat it as Bo-Mu escaping this calamity. Once my true body comes out of the seal, I'll take your lives," Mopu said. With that, the agama instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. Mopu's expression also became calm, and the demonic chi around his body gradually disappeared from Bo-Mu's body. "Lord Ancestor," Polong hurriedly stepped forward, supporting the unsteady Bo-Mu. "I'm fine," Bo-Mu said with a long sigh. He hurriedly steadied his body, bowed to Zhou Yuan, and said, "Thank you for saving me, sir." "You're not an evil person," Zhou Yuan said expressionlessly. "I'm naturally willing to save you." After saying that, he seemed to have no intention of staying any longer and turned to leave. "Zhiyuan, where are you going?" Luan Yu asked hurriedly. "Go back to the abyss," Zhou Yuan said. "Take care of yourself." Luan Yu was shocked. "Wait, if you leave now, these people will definitely kill me." "All right." Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. "Then you can leave with me." A layer of black light covered Yuri's body, and a loud rumbling sound came from in front of Zhou Yuan. Then a huge vortex appeared, opening a passage. Luan Yu was shocked and hurriedly summoned Shilong. Shilong's eyes brightened. He abandoned his prisoner and turned around to chase after the man. "Are we just going to let Zhuan Yu go like this?" Liao Xingyuan said in a deep voice. "No." Yun Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "Since Lord Nine Abyss is willing to take him away, let him be." In fact, in their current state, Liao Xingyuan and the other five had exhausted their Jin Yuan, so it would be difficult to keep Zhiyu and Shilong. The strength of the first dragon was even stronger than that of the prisoner who had lost his soul. The prisoner roared and rushed over, but he was restrained by a force and couldn't enter the vortex. "Humph! Unfilial son," Luan Yu snorted, not forgetting to curse. After that, he glared at Yun Xiao and followed Zhou Yuan with an unsightly expression, disappearing into the passage step by step. Following that, the tunnel slowly closed up and the huge vortex disappeared. Roar! A beast-like roar came out of the prison's mouth, and then it looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The angry dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, causing the clouds to change and the world to tremble. But after a few sounds, it stopped. Chodao stood in the sky in a daze. Having lost his target, he became a little confused. His long eyebrows twisted into a knot, and his appearance became somewhat dull. After all, his soul was severely damaged. He did not know how much of his soul was left in his body, and his memory and intelligence were severely lacking. "What should we do with this person?" Gu Qingqing asked. Yun Xiao licked his lips and chuckled. "This is a perfect creation stage physical body. Naturally, I can't let it go." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ding and Lu Jia, who were not far away, moved. The runes on their bodies lit up, and their entire bodies bloomed with light again, becoming full of spirit chi. 12 rays of light flew up and surrounded the prisoner. At the same time, Yun Xiao stretched out his 5 fingers, and the primordial gale whistled out and swept toward the prison. Cho punched out of instinct and the air exploded. The strong wind was also blown into pieces and dispersed. A strong sense of oppression exuded from the prison law's body. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia were also suppressed to the point of creaking, and they slid back a few steps. Yun Xiao was shocked. Although the fierce battle between the prisoner and Shur was earth-shattering, it did not feel as simple as it seemed. Now that he was facing it, he realized that it was not as simple as it seemed. It seemed like Cho didn't like being surrounded by the formation, or maybe it was his own evil aura that made him angry. With a dragon's roar, 5 elements Trukong shot out from his palm and hit Lu Ding and Lu Jia's bodies. Lu Ding and Lu Jia were forced to retreat, and within the span of a few breaths, they had been pushed back for thousands of feet. Yunxiao's face turned unsightly, as if he had realized the difficulty. Even though his soul is incomplete, Bo Mu continued, it is indeed a trapped soul and can completely control his physical body. It will be extremely difficult to capture him. Why don't we leave this place first and recuperate before coming back to take him? Yunxiao found it a little difficult to make a decision. I'm just afraid that once we leave, we won't be able to find him again. Gu Qingqing laughed and said, you're just worried. Have you ever thought that it's easy to find a Dharma body in the perfect creation realm in the heavenly martial arts realm? So there's no need to worry at all. Moreover, there aren't many people in the world who have the strength to subdue him. Liao Xingyuan also nodded. The Heavenly Martial Union, Mysterious Separation Island, Dragon Clan, and the Lord of the Abyss. Only these 4 forces can take down this avatar. This Dharmakaya won't be able to leave the 4 seas in the short term, Polong said. I'll send someone to keep an eye on him. Once everyone has recovered their strength, we'll go capture them. I don't think ordinary people can keep an eye on him, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid that's not possible. He shot out a golden rune that was imprinted on the crocodile's forehead. It disappeared in a flash and said, you're in charge of following this avatar. The crocodile's body shook slightly. Then it turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the air. Let's go, Yunxiao said, relieved. The prisoner stood in the sky with a twisted expression on his face, as if he was trying to recall his memories. He's lost too many memories? Bo Mu sighed and shook his head. With a point in the air, the lotus platform flew up and absorbed everyone in it. It turned into a golden lotus and flew into the distance. Qiuji stared at the lotus flower in a daze, and after some thought, he followed. Every step he took covered the distance between heaven and earth, and every step he took shrunk the distance into an inch. He actually didn't lose him. He's caught up. Gu Qingqing shouted in surprise on the lotus platform. The prisoner seemed to have set his mind on the Fa Hua lotus platform, but he didn't want to do anything to them. It was just that he was particularly lost right now. He had a familiar yet strange feeling towards all things in the world, and the people on the lotus seat of the Buddha made him feel that he had some impression, even a sense of familiarity. He hoped that he could find his own memories. It's a pity that he's too far away from Yanwu, Yunxiao said with a frown. Otherwise, we could have led him all the way there, and it would have saved us a lot of trouble. Gu Qingqing laughed. You're so bad. If we really go to Yanwu, I'm afraid we'll cause earth-shattering trouble, and the entire city might be destroyed. Lord Bo Mu, do you have any way to get rid of him? Yunxiao asked. Bo Mu nodded. Although his physical body is powerful, it's limited by the power of his soul, so his divine sense is bound to be limited. I'll hide the lotus seat in the void and he won't be able to detect me. It's feasible, Yunxiao praised. It's a good idea. Bo Mu immediately formed hand seals with both hands, continuously sending divine seals into the lotus throne. The lotus throne instantly became transparent, gradually disappearing into the void. Sure enough, after a while, they lost him. After the lotus seat disappeared, Qiu was stunned for a moment before he stood in the sky in a daze. He was filled with confusion and even seemed to be at a loss. Several hours later, in the ocean tens of thousands of miles away, a golden light suddenly bloomed. The lotus seat appeared from the void and floated on the surface of the sea. The lotus platform was 7 or 8 mu in size, and more than 10 people sat in different positions on it, quietly healing their injuries. Tiny runes were constantly flashing on the petals, absorbing the spiritual qi from the surroundings and sending it into their bodies. The surroundings were very quiet, without any sound, only the light waves of the ocean slowly beating below. The sky was high and the sea was wide. The scenery was pleasant. Yunxiao's body also began to slowly recover from being a fat man, and the medicinal effects of the 2 10th-grade divine pills were finally dissolved. Right now, his power was like a surging river that came in an endless stream. It was on a completely different level from when he had been at the divine sovereign justice realm. Furthermore, after stepping into the void, he felt a feeling that he had never felt before clearly appear in his spiritual sense. The surrounding airflow, the sun's rays, and even the fishes and shrimps swimming in the deep sea, every natural phenomenon contained energy and rules. This feeling made him even closer to the heavenly Tao. The incomplete divine art of the Maha-ancient scripture that Zhou Yuan had displayed appeared in his mind, and then corresponded with the 4 divine arts in his heart. He suddenly had a few more understandings. He had also comprehended many of the previously obscure and difficult characters. For a moment, he was struck with a sudden inspiration and began to unconsciously display all kinds of divine arts. First, it was the Great Expansion divine technique in his subconsciousness, followed by the True Primordial technique, then the True Sun technique, and finally the Great Realm divine technique. The comprehension of each chapter was not so complete, but they corroborated with each other, allowing him to improve a lot in a short time. In the end, all the incantation seals gathered on the Great Realm divine technique. A dense white light flashed between his eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet flew up directly, turning into a glazed jade tablet and floating in the sky. Wong 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 wong. The lotus seat trembled slightly, as if it was resisting. Bo Mu gave a faint smile, and with a single hand he performed a few hand seals. Only then did the trembling sound return to normal. This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over at the supreme saint artifact of this world with reverence. The divine realm tablet was shining brightly in the sky. It was transparent, and as the Great Realm divine technique was used, it had a myriad of expressions and was extremely gorgeous. The Great Yen and the Great Primordial divine art were forcefully injected into his mind by others, and he continuously absorbed and comprehended them like nutrients. He didn't master much of the Sun True Secret art either. Only the Great Realm divine technique was comprehended and cultivated by himself word by word, and the degree of comprehension was above the other 3 divine techniques. After all the incantations were performed, the entire jade tablet suddenly burst into a brilliant luster, as if an ancient sound was trembling from it and passing into Yunxiao's mind, trying to resonate with him. Yunxiao was taken aback. He had never had such a feeling before, so he immediately calmed down. He made hand seals with one hand and began to try to communicate with the divine realm tablet. But unfortunately, after several hours, he still didn't find the key. It was like 2 waves of different frequencies were surging, but they couldn't merge. There was only a single echo of the ancient sound in his mind, but he didn't know what it meant. Is it because the tablet spirit is missing that I can't communicate with the heavenly saint artifact no matter how hard I try? Yunxiao could not help but feel a little dejected. He sighed and put the divine realm tablet away. At this moment, the others had also recovered a lot of their strength. If they wanted to fully recover to their peak, they had to return to Yanwu to meditate in seclusion. Bomu looked at Yunxiao curiously and said, "Alliance Master Yun, why are you so troubled and sighing?" It suddenly occurred to Yunxiao that the lotus seat was refined by Bomu himself, so his understanding of saint artifacts must be far above others. He immediately voiced out the confusion in his heart. The tablet spirit is missing? Bomu was somewhat surprised, but he soon fell into deep thought. An ordinary saint artifact might not have an artifact spirit. This was because saint artifacts were far superior to 9th-tier profound artifacts, and they were spiritual existences. Some sacred weapons had weapon spirits, but they were only for the convenience of the world in the manager. They were not very helpful in battle. But this divine realm tablet is a sacred object of a realm, and it's far beyond my understanding. Yunxiao was even more depressed when he heard that. Seeing his dejected look, Bomu laughed. "Alliance Master Yun, don't worry. You're the master of the divine realm tablet, the one chosen by the heavens. If this holy weapon really has a spirit, you'll meet it sooner or later." "Yes," Yunxiao nodded and said, "I think so too." However, with the emergence of powerful cultivators, cracks kept appearing between the 2 realms, and all kinds of powerful demons were restless around the cracks. "I'm afraid that I'll disappoint everyone's expectations of me." Bomu laughed. "So that's the reason. Alliance Master Yun was loyal and courageous. He really admired him. However, some things couldn't be rushed. When the opportunity came, everything would naturally come to light. And regarding the matter of sealing the devil, even among the many powerhouses in the past, who dared to say that they were confident? It's nothing more than 8 words: spare no effort, and only after death. Spare no effort and spare no effort. Well said. Yun Xiao praised, then said, "We can only do this now. We'll do our best and leave it to fate." Bo Mu smiled and called out, "Bo Long." Poron, who was listening to their teachings, quickly replied, "Lord Ancestor." "Yun Xiao," Bo Mu said, "teach him the complete sun incantation." "Yes, sir," Polong replied. Even if Bo Mu hadn't mentioned this matter, he would still have had such thoughts, and he was also worried about how he would bring this up to his ancestor. Now that Bo Mu had mentioned it, it was just what he wanted, so he readily agreed. "Although I was the one who created this lotus," Bo Mu said, "my cultivation is currently suppressed, and I'm no longer able to use its full power. That's why I'm envious of Water Deity," he called out. The Water Deity seemed to be in a daze, her face somewhat blank. Only when she heard Bo Mu call out to her did she come back to her senses, and hurriedly said, I'm here. "The ancestor is here, what is your heart doing?" Polong rebuked. "So unprofessional." He raised his hand and knocked on the Water Deity's head. Shell. 2 heavy knocks. The Water Deity cried out in pain and said, "I'm listening." He's meditating to recover his elemental energy from the great battle just now. Polong swept his gaze over her body. Her profound chi was full, and she did not look like she had used it up at all. He angrily said, "You're lying in front of our ancestors and everyone else. It seems that I've been too negligent in disciplining you. You've really learned the wrong things." He stood up and raised his hand, ready to slap her. "Don't hit me." Bo Mu hurriedly laughed. That child water fairy is right. She was indeed meditating just now. It was a bit abrupt for me to call her. Seeing that the ancestor was speaking up for her, Polong's anger dissipated. He sat down and shouted, "Hurry up and listen to your ancestor's teachings." Water Deity then sat up properly and mumbled, "Water Deity will listen to your teachings." Hee. No need to be so reserved. Bo Mu laughed. Your talent for the divine Tao is far above your father's. Moreover, his comprehension of Umitba was also very unique. This profound level weapon should have been passed on to you. Lord Ancestor, you can't do that, Polong said in shock. If the Lotus Throne is given to the Water Fairy, it would really be like covering her in dust. Bo Mu laughed. Actually, I'm no longer of this era. I can't help you anymore. I've heard that passing it on to the Water Deity is the best ending for it. This saint artifact originally had a divine art to control it, but because I haven't died and have always been residing in the Lotus platform, this divine art has never been passed down. That's why you've always only known about saint artifacts, but not how to completely control them. Now, I'm going to teach this divine art to the Water Deity as well. Hurry up and thank Lord Ancestor, said Polong, overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. Water Deity pouted unwillingly and mumbled in private. I've always been carrying this golden lotus flower with me. It's mine to begin with, so why is it being passed on to me now? What nonsense are you talking about? Poron rebuked angrily. The Water Deity was so scared that she didn't dare to speak anymore, but she looked too aggrieved. Yun Xiao smiled. Water Fairy, this lotus throne was refined by Lord Bo Mu. With him teaching you the divine art, your strength will be improved by several levels. You will be of great help when you follow me in the future. Really? The Water Deity was overjoyed and quickly said, Then can I be as powerful as Sister Feini and Sister Hongyan? Although the Water Deity was innocent, she still felt inferior in front of Chu Hongyan, Feini, and the other girls. After all, the other women all had their own strengths and could be Yun Xiao's indispensable helpers, while she had been of little help all this time. The chemical elementalist looked on quietly from the side, feeling extremely bitter. He was the only one who knew that Water Deity had been cultivating 10 times harder than before since she met Yun Xiao. However, it was a pity that on the path of Tao, in addition to talent and hard work, luck was also extremely important. Water Fairy had been in the Divine Realm tablet all this time and did not have any luck at all. She had only relied on her talent and hard work to continue advancing. He also knew what her motivation and simple purpose was. Although his heart was bitter, he was still happy for his little junior sister. Of course, Xianxia said with a smile. Moreover, Hong Yen and Fei and I don't have any saint weapons. If you can completely control the lotus seat, your future achievements will definitely not be below theirs. The water deity was overjoyed. She bowed respectfully and said, Great Ancestor, please teach me the lotus seat and the shun methodology. Bomu smiled. Quickly get up. You have an innate affinity with Amitabha. Moreover, I can feel the kind of affinity and tacit understanding that you have with Poron. It's extremely rare. In addition, my Shin methodology of controlling the Lotus platform was also comprehended from the True Sun tactics. You should learn it very quickly. Yes. Water Deity just hopes to become stronger quickly and catch up with Sister Feini and Sister Hongyan. Water Deity clenched her fist and said firmly, There's no time to waste, so let's begin. The Water Immortal immediately sat cross-legged in front of Bomu, and the two began to communicate with their spiritual sense. Xianxia smiled and suddenly remembered Feini. She was still unconscious in the Divine Realm tablet at the moment, and seemed to have entered a self-protection state like a heavenly phoenix. It was somewhat similar to the nirvana from before. Xianxia could feel that Feini's body was full of energy and that she was not seriously injured, so he was relieved. Furthermore, Phoenix light would occasionally appear where Fei and I was sleeping. Some of them would even directly transform into a phoenix and spiral around the area before disappearing. This was because Feini's phoenix body was continuously absorbing the power of the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather while she was unconscious. She was self-repairing and improving, and even breaking through. Young Master Yun, where are we going now? Gu Qingqing suddenly asked. We won't be able to find Yuri for a while, Xianxia said thoughtfully. I wonder where the Lord of the Abyss lives. I know the entrance to the Abyss, Polong said. I went in to explore it out of curiosity back then. It's boundless, and I don't know how many powerful things there are. However, because very few monsters came out of the Abyss, it didn't have any effect on the Four Seas, so I didn't care about it anymore. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful and terrifying existence like Jiao Yuan inside. Yes, Xianxia nodded and said, the heavenly martial realm is indeed not simple. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. We really underestimated the heroes of the world before. Everyone felt the same way and nodded. Young Master Yun, are you going to the Abyss? Asked Polong. Not for now. Xianxia shook his head and said, Not for now. Since the Lord of the Abyss has never been involved in worldly affairs, and he didn't even participate in the demon-sealing war 100,000 years ago, we shouldn't disturb him. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that this person could at least distinguish right from wrong and was concerned about the safety of the world. If we can't defeat the demons in the future, we'll personally go to the Abyss and ask him to come out. That's good too, Polong nodded. Let's go back to Yanwu first, Xianxia said. When we recover some of our strength, we'll mobilize some people to capture that prisoner's avatar. If Lingmu Di could take control of the prison Dharmakaya, it would be a great joy for the entire Heavenly Martial Union. Furthermore, he had also cultivated his physical body. If he could have an avatar for reference and research, it would be of great benefit to his physical body cultivation. Just as he was thinking, his body suddenly trembled, as if something was lingering in his mind, unable to be dismissed. His heart was sinking like a huge rock. The feeling almost suffocated him. The rest of the people also noticed his abnormality and said, Alliance Master Yun, what's wrong? Yunxiao's face was slightly pale as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine, she said. However, his eyes were filled with a monstrous killing intent that had never been seen before in the previous battles. His right eye had turned into a bloody color, sticking out of the hole and occupying 1/3 of his face. The rest of the people were shocked. What's going on? Xiao reached out to stop the people who were about to come forward and shouted, "I'm fine. Don't mind me." The group of people immediately stopped, but they were all on high alert. In Xiao's right eye, the scene became blurry, as if it had crossed thousands of miles of time and space, and then it began to clear again. You've reached the void realm. TSK. It's not easy. On the other side, two lonely figures entered his eyes, causing his face to turn pale and his body to tremble. Although Ning Qiue's face was calm as usual, she couldn't suppress the joy in her eyes. She said slowly, "I've been waiting for this moment. Li Yunxiao, come with me." Tian Sl's lips were still curled up in a mocking smile, and his strength seemed to have increased significantly. But even so, there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Xiao. "Where are we going?" Xiao hissed from tens of thousands of miles away. Ning Qiue smiled, and her clear eyes slowly turned red. She was so beautiful that she looked a little devilish. The illusion of the moon and the stars. Illusory realm of the stars and moon? The land of demons. Xiao was taken aback. Ning Qiue nodded and said, "It is the land of the monster race." Xiao suddenly recalled what the ultimate had said. Not only did he need to increase his strength, but his true spirit also needed to be void. Although he didn't know what the ultimate was up to, it couldn't be anything good. Good. Star and moon illusion. Wait for me, Xiao said hatefully, and an astonishing killing intent burst out of his body. Years of hatred and anger turned into power at this moment. His two fists were clenched so tightly that even the air was burning. "Wait for you? I can't wait any longer." Ning Qiue smiled and said, "Come with me now." She raised her hand and drew a seal in the air, which then disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the clouds above the lotus platform suddenly churned, and the sea shook with a hua-hua sound. The world changed. What's going on? Everyone on the lotus platform was shocked. Even Bo Mu opened his eyes slightly. He had just finished teaching the water immortal divine art, and he looked at the enormous passage in the sky that covered 1,000 li. He said in shock, "A world-crossing passage?" Xiao's face was cold as he nodded. "Who summoned you?" Gu Qingqing was shocked. Xiao took a deep breath and then said, "Ultimate. Ultimate." Aside from Bo Mu, everyone else had blank looks on their faces. Could it be the woman who appeared in the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain? Gu Qingqing asked. "Yes." Xiao nodded. "That's her. She was my close friend, but the ultimate possessed her. The man beside her is also my close friend, and he's possessed by Tian Si, a sinkhole follower." The crowd was stunned, and they finally understood why Xiao was so angry. Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "And my friend died to save me. Otherwise, I should be the puppet now." The two of them could have become a celestial couple. Endless regret and hatred turned into sparkling light in her eyes. She couldn't help but feel like it was about to fall down, but she finally held it in. "I see," Liao Xingxian said seriously. "Since this person has agreed to it, let's go. With our strength, I'm afraid no one in the world can defeat us other than the Realm King." Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone to come with me. I'll deal with the matter of the sinkhole and Tian Si on my own. If there are any other problems, I'll have to rely on you all to help me." Gu Qingqing smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not afraid of those monster race minions." Mo's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He only snorted. Moreover, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. If he hadn't been cultivating the Buddhist demon sacred art all this time, with his current strength, he could also return to the Star-Moon illusory realm to fight for the position of Demon Emperor. It might be the right time to go back now. If that's the case, then let's make a trip to the Yao tribes. We'll come back to capture the prisoners Dharmakaya after we're done with your business. Please. Xiao cupped his fists and said. Bo Mu immediately made a hand seal, and the lotus throne flew up. It opened its petals in the air, and then spun toward the passage. The sky was filled with immense pressure, and the tremendous power of the void forcefully tore apart the laws. Amitba quickly turned into a golden light and disappeared into the dark, endless passage. Then, the terrifying power that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The ocean slowly returned to its calm state, as if nothing had happened. Somewhere in the realm of heavenly martial arts, the strong wind was blowing, and the void at the top was extremely cold. Two figures followed him like shadows. The woman sat cross-legged in the air, while the man carried a golden steer on his shoulders with both hands on it. Suddenly, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her bright red eyes were like two blood-stained peach blossoms. Xianxia stood up and said expressionlessly, "We've already sent them to the border between the eastern and western regions. I don't know the exact location of the illusory realm of stars and moon, but it should be there." "Heh! Then we'll let them search for a while." The corners of Tionsl's lips curled up in a playful smile. "In the long river of time, I'm finally going to recover my peak strength. I'm truly surprised that Lord Guishu is able to remain so calm." Xianxia turned her head slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She said, "I've been through a lot, and I'm no longer interested in many things. Even if it's a backup plan I left behind back then, it's still quite boring to use now. Yes, perhaps the current sky is too weak, and my lord can't find any passion? Maybe. However, I'm quite surprised to see some old friends." Xianxia's eyes narrowed, as if she had thought of something interesting. Xianxia cupped his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "Is it a true dragon? It had been so many years, but he was still alive. He really had some skills. However, he still can't escape the 5 curses of heaven and man." Xianxia raised her head and looked at the boundless void as if it was endless. She said profoundly, "Back then, the king of this world has fallen into such a sorry state. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Naturally, I should be happy. Wasn't he the one who injured Darren back then, causing Darren to be forced to leave behind a backup plan and enter a coma? Now, things have remained the same, but people have changed. If we meet again, Darren can take revenge for that year." Xianxia muttered. Xianxia shook her head and said, "Maybe. Looking at his reptile-like appearance, I can't even think about revenge." "Ha ha ha." Xianxia laughed out loud without restraint. "Indeed, if the opponent is too weak, it won't be interesting at all. However, that Zhuyuan is really powerful. He might be a strong opponent for you, my lord." Xianxia said, "The Abyssal clan will always live in the abyss of the realm. Unless the heavenly martial realm is destroyed, they won't interfere in the world. I have no interest in the abyss or the land. When this matter is over, let's go to the demon realm to find that person." "What?" Tionsl's body trembled in shock. "Is that person still alive?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Even Jiyu and I are still alive, so how could that person die? And that person's existence is the only joy I can feel." A look of disbelief appeared in Tionsl's eyes as she muttered, "But Ingluo." However, Xianxia had already gone far away. He was shocked and quickly caught up with her. At the border of the eastern and western regions, it was a desolate place with few people. All of a sudden, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds rolled and countless lightning bolts surged out of the void, shooting in all directions like lightning snakes. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shattered by the lightning, and a golden lotus flew out from the surging darkness. It continued to grow in size in the violent weather, slowly and steadily floating down. Boom! The moment the golden lotus landed on the ground, soil and rocks flew everywhere, and a deep pit was created. More than 10 rays of light flew out from it. The water deity cast a divine art and kept Amitba in between her eyebrows. "Is this the illusory realm of stars and moon?" the crowd asked in confusion. Although the place was not very barren, it was still a lot more barren compared to those spiritual mountains and treasured lands. The decline of the demon race was pushed back to 3,000 years ago, when Gu Qingqing fought with the demon emperor at that time, the ancestor of Yi. It was after that war that the demon race began to decline and was constantly rejected by the human race. Finally, they migrated to the illusory realm of stars and moon, an independent space created by the demon race ancestors with divine arts. The members of the Heavenly Martial Union were all experts of the past generations, far ahead of this era, so they didn't know about the illusory realm of moon and star. Gu Qingqing looked at the faint spirit chi around her and sighed. Back then, I only made a bet with the Demon Emperor. Who knew that it would have such a far-reaching impact? In order to create Void Divine Realm experts, the Demon Emperor did not hesitate to turn his body into a pill. Was it right or wrong? It's hard to tell. Yunxiao rolled his eyes at her. If Grey Demon knew the result of the bet, that the demons were driven to such a barren land, and that the blood pill he transformed into was taken away, I'm afraid he would never have made a bet with you. Humph! You're so heartless. Gu Qingqing laughed and scolded. I spent so much effort to get that blood pill, but it was still fed to your sweetheart. She's so heartless. I'll make her spit it out and return it to me when we get back. The referee was watching and listening quietly at the side. His face remained calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Stop it, Yunxiao said. Everyone be careful. We don't have to be too careful with our strength. But the demon sovereign is no ordinary person, especially since his host is the most mysterious true spirit since ancient times. Wu. We must be careful. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yunxiao looked around and said, although the returning ruins have opened a domain teleporting passage through the connection with my moon pupil, this place is only near the star and moon illusion. We still have to search more to find the specific location. Gu Qingqing said, that's a little difficult. There are no specific coordinates. How can we find a secret realm in such a large area? There are no abnormalities either. Leave this to me, Duanmu Youyu said with a smile. How could I forget young Master Yu who doesn't ask for anything from others? Yunxiao laughed. There's nothing in this world that you don't know. Duanmu Youyu smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, I'm a titled martial sovereign too. I'm a man of great talent and I'm well versed in both the past and present. Yet, I've been reduced to being a guide. However, these people in front of him were all once powerful experts who had once ruled the world. Their level of awesomeness was far above his. When he thought of this, he felt more at ease and began to use his divine art to deduce the location. A moment later, the group of 10 flew above a mountain range. Looking down, although it wasn't a spiritual mountain, it was still rich in spiritual chi. In this desolate and remote place, it was considered a good place. That's right. Duanmu Youyu looked inside and said, the illusory realm of stars and moon should be inside the valley. Gu Qingqing chuckled. It's easy now that we have the specific location. This valley is not big, and the spiritual energy is average. It's not a pity to destroy it. We'll just throw out a few big moves and blow up the valley. If the illusory realm of stars and moon is really inside, someone from the monster race will definitely come out. Everyone frowned, obviously feeling that this was inappropriate. If this was really the case, it would be no different from destroying the other party's lair, and it would really be a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. No need to use your big move, Yunxiao said. They've been frightened by your words. As expected, a few figures rushed out of the valley and flew into the air. They shouted angrily, who dares to speak so arrogantly here? There were a total of 8 people, all ugly and furious. All of them had weapons in their hands, and it was obvious that they had heard Gu Qingqing's words. 8 pairs of eyes fell on her at the same time, full of killing intent. Gu Qingqing laughed. Elle said that, but I was just joking. Now, I'm not going to joke with you. Go and inform the Demon Emperor that my old friend, Li Yunxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, has come to see him. Li Yunxiao, the leader shouted in shock. He seemed to have heard some terrifying name and was so frightened that he sucked in a cold breath. The other 7 people's expressions were also ugly. Under fear, there was more anger and killing intent, as well as determination, as if they had a deep hatred that would not rest until they died. Who is Li Yunxiao? The leader of the monster race clenched his teeth and shouted. They didn't know who the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader was, and they weren't interested in knowing. But Yunxiao's name was like a thunderclap to the ears, and he was almost like a fiend. Yunxiao was surprised for a moment, But then he realized that it must be because he and Bei Chunnan had killed too many demons in the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain with the cool and eternal spinning mayfly ball, which had left them with a very deep and extremely bad impression. Yunxiao walked up and cupped his fists. I am Li Yunxiao. I have a request to see Demon Emperor Huang. I'm definitely not here to make trouble. I hope you can help me pass the message. When the 8 monsters heard him announce his name, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, keeping a distance from this god of death. The leader of the monsters gritted his teeth and said, You actually dare to come to the illusory realm of stars and moon. You're really looking for death. My close friend was killed by your poisonous lightning in the Five Cloud Mountain. I will kill you to avenge my friend. The demon was quite brave. Although he could feel that these people's auras were extraordinary, he still mustered his courage and rushed over. With a flap of the wings on his back, he appeared in front of Yunxiao. With a loud cry, he formed a seal with both hands and smashed down. Yunxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry at the demon's cultivation base, which was only at the martial honor realm. He didn't know whether to attack or not, so he could only create a barrier in front of him to block the hand seal. Boom! 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 That person madly attacked more than 10 times in a row, but they all shook the barrier, and there was almost no ripple. The demon's expression changed drastically. He was so pale that not a single drop of blood could be seen. Only then did he understand the vast difference between the two. The other party just didn't want to argue with him, otherwise even 100 of him with the same cultivation would have died. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. So he withdrew his hand and said, Good! Don't think that I'll forgive you just because you don't kill me. Since you dare to come to the illusory realm of stars and moon, I will make sure that you will not be able to return. You guys stay here and watch them. Don't let them escape. He turned around and shouted. After saying that, he turned around and rushed into the valley, obviously to report the news. The remaining 7 demons formed a formation in the distance, surrounding the 10-odd people in the middle. Even though he knew that there was a huge difference in strength, he had to fulfill his duty. Yunxiao nodded to himself. Although the demons were somewhat brave and lacked strategy, they were all hot-blooded warriors and worthy of admiration. Soon, the monster flew back and said loudly, Lord Demon Emperor has ordered us to take Yunxiao and the others into the illusory realm of stars and moon. The 7 demons immediately dropped their guard and stood to the side solemnly. At this moment, the scenery within the valley began to change. A vast expanse of clouds began to rise, and a rainbow light began to appear within. Soon, a rainbow appeared in front of the crowd, its front end leading straight into the valley. However, everyone knew that this rainbow definitely didn't lead to these valleys, but directly into the secret realm in the valley, the illusory realm of star and moon. Let's go, Yunxiao said. He immediately stepped on the rainbow bridge and moved forward. This rainbow didn't look long, but after a cup of tea's worth of time, they gradually saw the end. On the other side of the illusion, there was a giant peak that overlooked the space of 10,000 miles. Yunxiao scanned the place with his divine sense. The entire illusionary realm of stars and moon was not very magical, and it was even far inferior to the forest of the sea, but it was still a world of its own. There was a sky, mountains, rivers, lakes, and land. The ancestors of the monster clan had spent a lot of time and effort to create this secret realm. Yunxiao and the others walked down from the beam of light with faint, playful smiles on their faces. With their divine senses, they could clearly sense that there were thousands of demons lying in ambush in the surroundings, with varying strengths. The strongest of them were only at the true immortal realm, and it seemed like they had just broken through. It seemed that the Demon Emperor was quite wary of Yunxiao, but he had never expected that nearly 10 Void Pinnacle experts would come at once. If these ambushes were to really be launched, it would definitely be a one-sided massacre, just like the massacre of the tribes of the Four Seas. However, Desolate was a wise man, so he wouldn't be so stupid. The demon that led the way led them to the peak of the giant mountain. It was an extremely open and flat land, and a towering demon palace stood in front of them. You guys just wait here. I'll go and report. Shut up. The monster reproached rudely and glared at the crowd. All of you, behave yourselves. As soon as the monster turned around, A light wind blew in his face and a friendly voice was heard. Young Master Yunxiao, you've made great progress in your cultivation base again after we part in the future. Hearing this, the monster jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated to the side. He said respectfully, "Greetings, MR.AI." A delicate and handsome man walked over with a gentle breeze. He had a smile on his face. It was Al Hui. Yunxiao hurried forward, cupped his hands and said, "So it is MR.AI. CC Al looked at him in surprise, then smiled. "Young Master Yunxiao, we seem to be a little distant now. Perhaps?" Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Maybe." Al nodded and said, "I understand." Young Master Yunxiao was now the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and his every move represented the will of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, or rather, his attitude. Therefore, many times we have to be cautious and polite, and over time we lose the free and uninhibited attitude of the past, and we are restrained in everything we do. Yunxiao was a little surprised. What El said did make sense. Although he had vaguely noticed it, he did not speak as clearly as Al Hui did. Yunxiao smiled wryly. "MR.AI, you have a good eye. I'm really not suitable to be a leader like this. I'm more suitable for a carefree and unrestrained life." He recalled the time when he was conferred the title of Martial Sovereign. The sun, the moon, and the sky were all under his control, and he was so happy. It was unlike now, where he had to be cautious and had to consider too many things. "You're too humble, young Master Yun," Al replied with a smile. "As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility." The responsibilities that young Master Yun shoulders now are far beyond that of ordinary experts. Even in the history books of ancient and modern times, there are not many great figures who can be on par with you. Yunxiao smiled. "I only know that Mr. Al's skills are unparalleled, but I didn't expect you to be so eloquent as well. Although you praise me so much, it's so comfortable to listen to." Al Xiao said, "I'm not trying to flatter you, I'm just telling the truth. Speaking of unparalleled sorcery, I'm a Pishio." Al Hui's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Young Master Yun, you've already become a level 10 warlock god, haven't you? I'm really looking forward to another match." Yunxiao looked at him with a smile. "It's fine. I can have a competition whenever I have some free time. I like to hear the truth from you. Please say more." Al laughed and immediately changed the topic. "Everyone, please don't stand outside the door. Otherwise, as the host, I'll be too careless. Please come in and have a seat." He immediately led everyone into the hall. It was simple and plain, but it was grand and majestic. Al immediately ordered people to arrange the bejeweled nectar fruit. After a few courtesies, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he said, "May I know why young Master Yun has come to the illusory realm of stars and moon? I don't think the illusory realm of stars and moon invited you all, right?" His expression was much colder than before, and he even glanced at Gu Qingqing and the others with fear. The shock in his heart was incalculable. These people in front of him all had unfathomable strength, and they were even not below the Demon Emperor. His eyes lingered on Gu Qingqing and Yu for a while, especially Yu, and he nodded in a friendly way. The referee also nodded slightly in return. He was a rare super alchemist of the demon race in the past thousands of years, and he was worthy of everyone's respect. "Don't worry, MR.AI, Yunxiao said with a solemn face. "I'm not here to deal with the demons. I'm here to deal with Lao AI." He briefly explained the situation. El didn't understand much about the ultimate, but it could more or less hear some clues. "You're saying that the sinkhole is also looking for His Majesty aside from you?" Yunxiao nodded and said, "Although I don't understand why the sinkhole is looking for Wu. Desolate is the only person who can communicate with Wu. Moreover, the sinkhole has directly opened an inter-province teleportation channel to come here. So, it is obvious that they are looking for Desolate." Ael's expression immediately became serious. He stood up and cupped his fists to the crowd. "AI Xian has lost his life for a while. This matter is too important. I'll report it to the Emperor." "Humph. Desolate is so arrogant. In my opinion, MR.AI doesn't need to go," Emma Lang said coldly. When the Ruins of End comes, they'll most likely kill him, and the next demon emperor will be me. It's better if you continue to stay and talk to us. Al was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. He said worriedly, "The demon race is on the decline now and can no longer withstand any more major turmoil. Lord Mo, please don't cause any trouble. Please treat it as Lord Alchio." TSK. Mo sneered. The decline of the demon race isn't because they're declining. It's because the demon emperor is too scumbag. If it were anyone else, they would have brought our clan to the peak after thousands of years of recuperation. Only Desolate, that trash, is following him. The entire monster clan is becoming worse and worse. Al frowned when he heard this. Putting aside whether he was right or wrong, he seemed to be able to get some clues from his tone. This person had the intention to covet the throne of the demon emperor, which was harmful to the entire demon race. "Impudent!" An angry voice came from the distance, and then a strong wind rushed into the hall, shattering everything around it. A burly figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He was filled with killing intent. He was the emperor of 10,000 demons, Desolate. "Kid from the Gray Monster Tribe, are you here to die? I'll fulfill your wish now." Desolate stared at Yuan with a domineering look. His body was overflowing with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill him right now. But the presence of Yunxiao and the others made him extremely wary. Mo looked straight at him and sneered. "It's one thing for you to come here to die, but why are there hundreds of experts lying in ambush around the main hall? Don't you know that these people are just trash in front of us? The monster race has already been completely destroyed by you. Do you still want to bring the entire tribe into eternal damnation? Shut up. I only need one person to kill you. Why would I need an ambush?" Huangjin said angrily. Although his face was filled with anger, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. With a single glance, he realized that most of the humans, except for the Christian church, were Void Realm warriors. He was shocked. Mo stood up and laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Good. Well said." He gave a thumbs up and grinned hideously. "As a member of the demon race, you must have this courage. Now, as a member of the monster clan, I challenge you, the previous monster emperor. The previous generation." Desolate laughed out of anger. "Ha ha! Ignorant! Arrogant! Li Yunxiao, this is an internal conflict of our demon race, and I hope you don't get involved." This was what he was most afraid of at the moment. He did not know the background of Yunxiao and the others, but they were too terrifying. Al hurriedly stepped out and stood between the two. He reached out his hands and stopped them. "Please don't attack." His face was filled with anxiety as he looked at the two men, and finally, he turned to Yunxiao with a pleading look. Yunxiao smiled faintly. "Judge, we're not here to let you fight for the position of Demon Emperor. Stop messing around," he said. Mo snorted. Although he was dissatisfied with Yunxiao's words, he did not disobey. He turned around and returned to his seat. He said indifferently, "Since young Master Yun has spoken, I will naturally give him face. I'll let you be the Demon King for a few more days." Both Huang and Al were shocked, and they looked at each other suspiciously. Demons had always been violent, and it was difficult for anyone to subdue them, let alone a void extreme divine realm expert like Min. It was almost impossible for anyone to restrain them, but they did not expect that they would listen to Yunxiao so obediently. "How arrogant!" Huang snorted. "I'll sit on the throne of the Demon King and wait for you to fight me." The aura he exuded was indeed that of an overlord. Al Hui sighed in his heart. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. It seemed that the storm in the demon race was far from over. They must not have another storm like the Five-Cloud Mountain. Otherwise, the entire race would really be doomed. His face was full of worry, and he stood to the side without saying anything. Huang walked up to the main seat in an awe-inspiring manner, gave Yunxiao a cold and arrogant glance, and snorted, "Li Yunxiao, how dare you come to the illusionary realm of stars and moon? Aren't you being too arrogant?" Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, you really like to joke. I would not dare to disturb you if it was not an important matter." I have already briefly told MR.AI about it just now. He immediately explained the matter of the ultimate in detail. Desolate had been listening to them quietly. He didn't interrupt them, but he frowned from time to time. After Xianxia finished, he pondered for a moment and said, "You said that the ultimate needs the power of nothingness. What is it for?" "That's what I'm curious about," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "I thought you could give me some reference." Desolate snorted. "Wu is the most peculiar and mysterious true spirit from the ancient times. I've only formed a host relationship with him. That's why I can borrow a part of his power for a certain period of time. Who knows what the ultimate wants to do?" He gave Xianxia a cold look and said, "You have so many experts. Are you still afraid of the sinkhole?" Xianxia's face was a little unsightly as he shook his head and said, "No one knows how powerful the ultimate is, but I do know that every time he contacts me, I can feel his power recovering. He's at least void tier now or even higher." "Higher?" Huang was shocked and said in horror, "Could he be at the creation realm? Don't joke. How can there be a creation realm existence in this world?" "Haha. Frog at the bottom of the well," Mo sneered. "A frog in a well can't speak in the sea, and a summer insect can't speak in the ice and snow. With such a crude and shallow person like you as the demon emperor, no wonder the demon race is declining and getting worse." "What did you say?" Desolate stood up furiously and shouted, "Do you want to die now?" The killing intent was so real that it was like a sharp knife that shot out, tearing the air. Mo was naturally unafraid and sneered. "There are no creation realm experts under this sky. I'm sorry, but a few days ago we had a great battle with a blessed realm expert in the sea forest, and there was more than one of them." "What?" Not only Desolate, but even Al was shocked. They had thought that the judge was being unreasonable and deliberately ridiculing them. But when they saw Xianxia and the others nodding to testify, they were shocked beyond words. "Lord Mo, young Master Yun," Al couldn't help but ask, "Did you really meet a creation realm expert, and not just one? What do you think of our strength?" Xianxia asked, "What do you think of our strength?" "He almost died in the forest of the sea and couldn't come back. What do you think?" Al Hui and Huang looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. "Several creation realm experts? What's with this Ing Luo?" Huang asked in shock. Compared to the ultimate, he seemed to be more interested in this. "It's a long story," Xianxia said, "but I'm not lying. There is no need for Lord Huang to panic. Those experts do not have any grudges with the monster race, so they would definitely not come to the illusory realm of stars and moon." Desolate fell into silence. It was impossible to say that he wasn't panicking. It was like a general who thought that he had an army of 1,000,000 and was number one in the world, who knew that a few people would suddenly appear, and they were all soldiers of tens of millions. "My lord," Xianxia said, "you'd better think about the ultimate first." Huang grunted. "We can only deal with them as they come. What other ways do we have? I don't know what the sinkhole wants to do. If it's a normal request, I'll agree to it, but if it's too much, humph. My monster race is not to be trifled with." Xianxia nodded and said, "You're right. But does Darren think that it could be a normal request?" "Hee. Don't think of me as such a bad person. My request is actually very ordinary." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing their expressions to change drastically. With their strength, they actually didn't notice anyone. Huang and Al's eyes were filled with shock, and they believed what Xianxia and the others had said even more now. "Ultimate. Die!" Xianxia cried out in anger, and his energy exploded in the hall and sent him flying out. The rest of the people immediately followed. Above the hall, under the vast sky, two figures stood alone. Desolate and Al were shocked. The entire illusionary realm wasn't just an independent space. It was protected by an extremely strong defensive barrier. If the monster clan hadn't opened the barrier, it would have caused a great disturbance if they tried to force their way in. However, the illusionary realm remained calm and peaceful, without the slightest disturbance. "How did you guys get in?" Huang was furious. As the emperor of 10,000 demons, he had to stand up at this time. This angry shout caused a commotion among the demons in the illusion. Many powerful cultivators also noticed Ning Qiue and Tian Sl's figures. They gathered from all directions and surrounded the two. Yunxiao's eyes were fixed on the two men, motionless, like a fossil from hundreds of millions of years ago. The hatred was unforgettable and heart-wrenching. Tian Sidian laughed and said, "Tisk, isn't it better for us to come in quietly? Are you only satisfied after we kill all of them, you coward?" Huang was furious, but when he thought of Yunxiao's fear of the two, he did not dare to act rashly. "I would have been more satisfied if you had informed me when you entered, Your Majesty." Yunxiao turned around and said, "Let these demons go, otherwise they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths." Ael's expression changed slightly. He nodded gratefully and ordered, "Everyone, retreat 1,000 li immediately. No matter what happens within 1,000 miles, no one is allowed to enter." When this order was given, all the members of the monster clan were shocked and in an uproar. They knew that something big was about to happen. There were many courageous members of the demon race, and all of them were furious and refused to leave. "Mr. Ael's orders are my orders," Desolate said in a deep voice. "Anyone who disobeys will be killed." "What?" All kinds of shocked and gasping sounds rang out. Disobeying the demon emperor's orders was a capital crime, but it did not require the entire clan to be killed. The execution of the entire clan was the cruelest punishment. Unless it was a major crime like an entire clan rebelling, it was impossible to execute the entire clan no matter how disobedient they were. This time, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. However, since the demon emperor had given the order, no one dared to resist. They all hurriedly retreated 1,000 miles away and informed the demon clans along the way. "Haha! This demon emperor is not bad. He still knows how to cherish his tribe." Tian Si laughed out loud. His eyes filled with unrestrained joy. Yunxiao gave him a cold look, and when he saw that the man was a little uncomfortable, he snorted disdainfully and stopped laughing. Yunxiao turned his eyes to Ning Qiue. Holding back his emotions, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sinkhole, release Ning Qiue. Release." Ning Qiue's eyes were filled with surprise and sneer. "Young Master Yun, I'm Ning Qiue. What do you mean by that?" Yunxiao's face twitched as he said in a cold voice, "Just tell me, how can I let her go?" Ning Qiue raised her head with a disdainful look on her face and sneered. "Li Yunxiao, do you still not understand? I'm Ning Qiue, the ultimate. It's not that the ultimate has taken over Ning Qiue's body, but that they have fused." "Fusion? What do you mean?" Yunxiao's heart trembled. "What do you mean?" Ning Qiue said indifferently, "Even the me in front of you is not Ning Qiue or the ultimate. I am a combination of them, or two people at the same time. What I'm doing now is the will of both Ning Qiue and the ultimate." "No, impossible. You're lying to me," Yunxiao roared. "You're lying. Qiue would never be willing to be with you." Ning Qiue looked at him calmly and suddenly smiled. "How can you be so sure? Do you really think you understand her that well? The Ning Qiue in your subconsciousness is just a one-sided thought. Then what do you think she should be to be the real her?" Yunxiao was taken aback. The question had him stumped, and he could not help but ponder. Ning Qiue smiled faintly and said, "What would you do if you were Ning Qiue? Return to Red Moon City and continue to guard under the peach tree every day, bitterly waiting and missing her big brother Morong." Yunxiao trembled and looked up in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said, "But Xianxia is someone close to you. She's the murderer of Lord Morong and Chu Ran." "Tsk." Tian Si sneered in disdain. Ning Qiue nodded and said, "That's right. Big brother Morong and big brother Chu Ran were both dead, and they were killed by Tian Si. But why did the two of them die? Wasn't it to save you? In that case, do you wish for me to fight against Tian Si and the ultimate together with you, and then die at their hands? Do you think that this is the real me? Only then can I satisfy my inner desires." Ning Qiue smiled sarcastically and said, "That's not the real me, but the me you think I am." Yunxiao's body trembled violently, and bean-sized cold sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his clothes. These questions struck his heart and completely shattered it. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss. Ning Qiue continued, "Merging with the ultimate might not be my best choice, but..." Her eyes were as bright as the stars and as clear as the lake. She said slowly, "But it's my truest choice, woo-woo, and Jano." Yunxiao roared as his body trembled like a sieve. He couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't accept what Ning Qiue said. He yelled, "I don't believe it. Sinkhole, don't you try to bewitch people. I'm going to kill you today and save Ning Qiue." A monstrous sword chi surged from his body and the red slaying sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, thousands of sword radiances appeared and condensed into a huge sword essence that merged with his body. "Go to hell. Sinkhole, return Qiue to me." Star sword slash. Thousands of stars fell, setting off the sword as it slashed at the solitary figure. Ning Qiue didn't panic. She didn't even show any expression. She just smiled helplessly and said, "Hee hee. The truth is always cruel. If you don't want to believe it, then you can only continue to deceive and numb yourself." Tian Sl's mouth also cracked into a smile. Ignorance is a blessing. Speaking of which, I'm a little envious of these crawlers who live in their own fantasies all day long. I won't believe your nonsense." Yunxiao's face was dark as he said coldly, "I won't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth. I'm going to beat you with my sword and ask Ning Qiue about her true self." This was the first time he had used this sword technique after stepping into the Void Divine realm. The entire star and moon illusory realm trembled under this sword, and it was as if it was difficult to maintain the normal terrifying power, and it began to collapse. Desolate, Al, and the others were frightened. "Your Majesty, quickly set up a barrier and stabilize the space. Otherwise, the entire illusory realm of stars and moon will be finished," Al hurriedly said. "All right." Desolate and Al teleported to a place far away and started setting up barriers. "Should we also help?" Liao Xingyuan asked. Gu Qingqing shook her head slightly and said, "El don't think there's a need. When the battle starts, this small space won't be able to withstand it. Even Al and Huang don't have the ability to set up a barrier to block the shockwaves of the battle. So, this place will definitely be destroyed?" Liao Xingyuan was stunned. Gu Qingqing nodded and said, "Yes. However, this was also an opportunity for the demon race. If this place is destroyed in Yunxiao's hands, he will definitely give the demon race an explanation." Duanmu Yoyu also smiled and said, "The demon race might be able to benefit from this misfortune and find a spiritual mountain that is more suitable for them." Their conversation wasn't a secret conversation, so Desolate and Al heard it. The two of them frowned. Desolate snorted, while Al was in deep thought. Ning Qiue looked at Yunxiao's sword, and a strange smile appeared on her face. Her eyes turned red as she said, "Do you want to ask your heart? Then I'll let you ask." Yunxiao's pupils constricted, as if he felt something was wrong. Ning Qiue suddenly turned around and thrust her sword at him. It was the golden sword that Song of Time had transformed into. However, the power of this sword was only that of an 8 stars martial sovereign. Bang! Song of the Ages hit sword death's red slash. Ning Qiue was obviously no match for it. She was shocked. She bent her arm and the long sword flew out of her hand. Clang! The golden sword landed on the ground and stabbed into it. Shoo! There was a wave of boos and sighs all around. Gu Feiyang, aren't you a little too ungentlemanly? The Ning family's second miss played a few moves with you, and you actually used your real strength the moment you came up. You're a famous martial emperor after all. You think you're a Casanova, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." Yunxiao's body trembled as he looked around. The scenes in front of him were all familiar faces. A well-dressed man came forward and helped Ning Qiue up. He said softly, "Are you all right?" Ning Qiue blushed and quickly freed her arm from the man's grasp. "I'm fine." After saying that, she walked back to her seat in anger without looking back. The man smiled as he turned to Yunxiao and said, "Feiyang, you were distracted just now." Yunxiao's body trembled violently, and bean-sized cold sweat kept dripping down his face. Big brother Morong Xianxian, Mu Xianxian. Morong Zhu frowned and asked with concern. What's wrong with you? I see that you're a bit scared. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Suddenly, Yunxiao's face was covered in tears. He stabbed the sword death into the ground, then knelt down on one knee and cried, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Morong Zhu was shocked. She quickly stepped forward and helped him up. She said in surprise, What's wrong with you? What's going on? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all the young heroes were stunned. The noise just now became a strange silence. What's going on? Has he really gone mad? You were so cruel to the second miss of the Ning family just now, and now you're crying and kneeling Xianxian. I heard that the Ning family's second miss and Morong Zhu have a bit of a relationship. Maybe he was too ruthless just now, and now that he saw Morong Zhu stand up for him, he's scared, so he knelt down and begged for mercy. Didn't you hear him say sorry? Fuck, it's not that bad, right? Gu Feiyang was also a genius expert who had recently emerged. His strength was not much weaker than Morong Zhu's. In my opinion, they should be more or less the same. After a short period of silence, there was a loud clamor and ridicule. All kinds of mocking voices rose from all directions. When Ning Qiue heard everyone talking about gossip, her depressed mood from being injured by Gu Feiyang suddenly became angry and ashamed. She wanted to raise her sword and cut those people. Yun Xiao knelt on the ground with one knee, his tears falling on the ground like a broken bead curtain, and soon a large area was wet. Morong Zhu was a bit angry. She forcefully lifted him up and shouted, There is gold beneath a man's knees. What can't be discussed properly? Why do you kneel so easily? Yun Xiao raised his head, his face covered in tears as he sobbed, Big brother Morong, although we were in an illusion, it's great to see you again. He opened his arms and directly hugged Morong Zhu, tightly hugging her. The two men rubbed their hands together, causing a wave of jeers and ridicule, although Morong Zhu also felt that it was inappropriate. Seeing Gu Feiyang so excited, she patted his shoulder and said, all right, it's fine now. What nonsense are you spouting? Ning Qiue's eyes widened, and she covered her face with her hands in embarrassment and anger. You two shameless bastards. A burst of laughter sounded in the wind and moon pavilion. Zhang Churen, who was sitting at the head of the table, smiled bitterly. The two of you are both heroes of the world, so please control your emotions. After all the heroes of the world are here. You guys are so open, but I, your master, can't. Chu ran. Yun Xiao let go of Morong Zhu, turned, and walked up to him to give him a bear hug. Zhang Churen was so scared that she struggled with all her might. Unfortunately, Gu Feiyang was holding her so tightly that it hurt. Let go. I didn't expect you to have the same yang fetish. Zhang Churen was both shocked and furious. She had goosebumps all over her body. The men around him were shocked and shouted, Gu Feiyang has unleashed his beastly nature and is going to rape Zhang Churen. Run. The entire wind and moon building was in chaos. Some of them were deliberately jeering while some were really afraid, and they all dodged to the side. Morong Zhu felt that something was wrong and said in a deep voice, Feiyang, what are you doing? He stepped forward, grabbed Yun Xiao's shoulder, and pulled the two apart. Yun Xiao hugged him as well, holding both of them in his arms and crying, Thank you for taking care of me, brothers. The two of them were baffled. Zhang Churen struggled out and scolded, Gu Feiyang, what's the matter with you? Ning Qiue looked at Gu Feiyang's seat and the cup of tea. She asked, Was the blood tea that was served just now drugged? Zhang Churen shook her head. That's impossible. Every process of serving tea is strictly controlled. Who has the ability or the courage to drug the Red Moon City? Moreover, Ying Luo, his face twitched and was full of disgust. He said in fear, How can there be such a drug in the world that can turn a straight man gay? Ning Qiue shook her head. The world is so big. There are all kinds of strange things. Maybe they really exist. Morong Zhu stretched out her hand and clutched Yun Xiao's shoulders with her fingers, fearing that he would do something out of line again. When she felt secure, she said, Feiyang, what happened to you? Yunxiao's face was covered in tears, and he even had a happy smile on his face as he said, I've only realized now that sometimes living in a dream is actually better. Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies. Who is whose dream? His gaze shifted from Murongzhu to Jiang Churan, and then to the other young elites as well as the Crimson Moon outside the Wind and Moon Hotel. Everything is so real. I finally understand. But you don't want to wake up? Ning Qiue looked suspicious and confused. She said, Big brother Feiyang, what are you talking about? Yunxiao's face was pale as he cried, Zhuangzhou dreams of the butterfly, and the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. Did Zhuangzhou become a butterfly in his dream? Or did the butterfly become Zhou in his dream? Then there would definitely be a difference between Zhuangzhou and butterfly. This is called materialization. But to resolve the butterfly swaying, one does not need to be rich and wealthy. Feiyang, what's wrong with you? Murongzhu muttered. He asked with concern. Feiyang, are you all right? Jiang Churan was also shocked. Strange? It's just being gay. Everyone saw it, so you have to be careful. Ha 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 ha. Someone shouted in a strange voice, and the crowd immediately laughed. But it was more of a bad taste. Yunxiao's eyes swept across the crowd one by one. Chen Duantian, Baiming Duanjue, Wei Qing, Xianxia, and even Lu Fian were among them. However, each face was much more tender than he remembered. The Heaven and Earth power chart had not been released yet, and there was no such thing as a titled martial sovereign. It was during the gathering at the Wind and Moon Tower and the opening of the Earth to the end of time that Murongzhu was killed by Tian Si. Yunxiao looked at Murongzhu and said with tears in his eyes, If I could do it all over again, I really wish I could go with you to the end of time. Big brother Murong, be careful and take care. Murongzhu's expression finally changed. She shouted, Feiyang, what are you saying? What's wrong with you? Yunxiao raised the sword and muttered to himself, I'm sorry everyone. He looked a little dazed. Under the sword light, he turned around with the demon-slaying sword in his hand and stabbed at Ning Qiue. Stop! Murongzhu and Jiang Churan exclaimed at the same time. The two of them attacked at the same time. Two rays of light, one golden and one white, flew over from two sides and hit the demon slayer. With a bang, it emitted an infinite amount of light. Bang! Bang! The three figures collided in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. The sword chi was like a rainbow, shooting in all directions. Yunxiao's heart sank as he was shocked to find that his strength was only at the peak of 9 stars martial sovereign. How is this possible? Gu Feiyang was able to fight to a draw with Murongzhu and Jiang Churan at the same time. Impossible. Although Gu Feiyang has been famous recently, he shouldn't be this powerful. Murongzhu is a young master from an overseas aristocratic family. It's said that he's the #1 genius in thousands of years. Jiang Churan is also the disciple of the city lord of Red Moon City. Both of them are top experts in the world, the top talents of the younger generation. If both of them can't take down Gu Feiyang, it's too much of a joke. All kinds of shock and doubts were heard. A large number of warriors retreated outside the Wind and Moon building and stood in the air, quietly watching the fighting inside the building. The sword chi that cut through the sky made them feel frightened. While fighting the enemy, Yunxiao was puzzled. The illusion was so real, as if he had really returned to decades ago. Every scene was vivid in his mind, and every minute expression and detail was so real. Even though he was extremely powerful, if it wasn't for the fact that his comprehension of the heavenly Tao was much better than before, he would have been taken down by the two of them. Feiyang, your sword skill is brilliant. Murongzhu was also shocked. He then laughed wildly and said, Ha ha ha! Good! Good! It seems that you still showed me mercy when we competed with swords that day. Today, I'll see your true strength. 9 dragons' sword, thousands of bodies. His figure suddenly turned into thousands of figures and attacked from all directions. It was difficult to tell whether he was real or fake. The snow falls on the West Mountain, and the sun and moon grow on the Xuanmeng Mountain. Han Yen of the Eastern Mountain, borrowing the wind and thunder from beyond the 9 heavens. Jiang Churan shouted as well. The silver thread ancient rhinoceros appeared in her hand and struck out with lightning speed. Xianxia was shocked. When the two of them joined hands, they immediately had an overwhelming advantage. No matter how high his heavenly Tao comprehension was, it was also impossible to break through the shackles with his current strength. Bang, bang, bang. Lotus flowers kept appearing on the demon slayer, and the power of the sword world appeared in the surroundings, blocking the attacks of the two, but it was getting weaker and weaker. Damn it! What's with the sinkhole's illusion technique? It can actually suppress my cultivation. Xianxia was very anxious. If he died here, his real body might really die. Morongzhu's sword skills were like a violent storm, ever-changing, while Jiang Charin's attacks were like lightning and thunder, fast as lightning, and extremely sharp. With the two of them working together, they were probably unrivaled under the God realm. Bang! Finally, the sword realm shattered under the continuous attacks, turning into thousands of fluorescent lights and scattering. Two swift and fierce attacks came from his left and right, stabbing at his vital points. Xianxia was taken aback, and he broke out in a cold sweat. But at that moment, a red light flashed in his eyes, as if reflecting the blood moon high in the sky outside the building. Thousand Autumn Peak. Untainted BV dust. The demon slayer sword rose up again, and two sword intents struck out one after another. These were the sword Tao comprehensions within the sword of the Xinlong world. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, Morongzhu and Jiang Charin were sent flying. Their bodies were directly hit on the Wind and Moon restaurant, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. Fei Yang, you're so arrogant. The two of them were aghast as they struggled to stand up from the ground, their faces filled with hatred. Good, good, Morongzhu angrily replied. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You were just toying with us before. Jiang Charin's face turned gloomy and she said coldly, your cultivation must have reached divine transcendence, right? 0K. Divine transcendence. Everyone was shocked, and a series of exclamations rang out. The experts from all walks of life changed their expressions. But there were also people who frowned and asked suspiciously, what is divine transcendence? Xianxia heaved a long sigh and said, Sinkhole, your illusion is too real. If you weren't so impatient, I wouldn't have been able to find the flaws. What do you mean? You're starting to talk nonsense again. What was the ultimate? You've been spitting out this word since the beginning. Morongzhu raised her sword and asked cautiously. Xianxia gave him a look and said sadly, no matter how wrong I am, Big Brother Morong would never kill me. The moment the sword realm was broken, you and Chu Ran both had a strong killing intent towards me. That's the flaw. From the beginning until now, the only flaw I've discovered is that it's a trap. The illusory space did not allow for any flaws, or else the world would be broken. That's why I've regained my strength. The demon-slaying sword in his hand also turned back to the red color of sword death, and his body emitted a faint light. He said sadly, if we want to leave this place, the key should be Big Brother Morong and Chu Ran. Sinkhole, you're so evil. Do you want me to kill them? Morongzhu's expression changed as he angrily rebuked, I don't understand what you're talking about. Xianxia raised the sword in his hand, slowly closed his eyes and said, Big brothers, I'm sorry again. 2 lines of tears fell from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks and dripping on her clothes. With his current strength, he could easily kill anyone present even if he closed his eyes. Big Brother Morong, if there's really a next life, let's be brothers again. The only thing I can do now is to bring Kiyue back and ask for your forgiveness. Yunxiao's face was pale as he casually thrust his sword forward. The sword light was dazzling, and the power of the sword was not something that anyone present could match. Morongzhu's face was filled with shock. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move his body. He was completely suppressed by the sword's power. Swish! The long sword pierced through the air and into his body. Blood gushed out and splashed into the air. Kiyue! Several exclamations rang out. Yunxiao's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. In front of Morongzhu, his sword had pierced into Ning Kiyue's heart. Kiyue! Morongzhu looked up at the sky and cried. Her tears finally fell and she hugged Ningqiu. Yunxiao's body turned cold, and his mind fell into an abyss. He suddenly roared, "Why? Why did you do that?" Ningqiu smiled and reached out to touch Morong Zhu's face. She said softly, "Big brother Morong, don't cry. You will be sad." "Gu Feiyang. You animal!" Jiang Churan roared. There were still a large number of experts from the Red Moon City in the surroundings. They were all furious and attacked from all directions. Bang! With a livid face, Yunxiao flipped his palm and sent all these people flying. Blood flowed out of his scarlet eyes, and the sword in his hand trembled as he roared, "Tell me why!" Ningqiu turned her eyes from Morong Zhu's face to Yunxiao with a smile and said, "Zhou and Dai have yet to be tested. But how can you know that people are fish? You're not me. So how can you know my true intentions? You animal. To think that I treated you as a brother. I'll tell you why." A ray of golden light rose up. Morong Zhu rushed forward with her sword. Yunxiao raised his hand and was about to slap it down. But when he saw the man's red eyes, which were filled with tears, blood, and boundless anger and despair, his hand stopped in the air. Swish! The void was cut open, and Morong Zhu's sword pierced into Yunxiao's chest. In the exact same place as Ningqiu's. Yunxiao felt a sharp pain in his heart as Morong Zhu's boundless anger turned into sword qi and rushed into his body, staining his clothes red. Although it was painful, there was an inexplicable sense of relaxation. He raised his head. His eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't see Morong Zhu's face clearly. He said softly, "Thank you," he said. Morong Zhu let go of the sword in her hand and turned to leave. Under the gaze that penetrated through the blood, she gradually walked further and further away. However, to resolve the swaying butterfly, there is no need to be rich and powerful. Walking alongside him was Jiang Churan's figure. She said faintly, "For thousands of years, I will not lose to the butterfly's dream." The bright moon shines on the clear wind. As their figures gradually disappeared from Yunxiao's sight, he felt a sense of desolation and emptiness in his heart, as if a piece had been dug out. Only Ningqiu's sad smile was left. It became clear in his eyes. "I'm willing to become a dreamlike chrysalis, and the smoke waves will surround me for this life." Ningqiu sang softly, her voice mixed with a faint purple sadness. When Yunxiao heard that, he felt the blood in his chest suffocate, and he could not help but cough out blood. He kept retreating in the void, his body swaying, and he couldn't stand steadily. "Young Master Yun! Alliance Master Yun!" All kinds of exclamations rang out. Everyone was shocked, and even they didn't see what was going on. Before Yunxiao's sword could hit Ningqiu, she coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered as if she was injured. Gu Qingqing and the others flew over, and the Liao brothers blocked him with their bodies, staring at Ningqiu vigilantly. The judge's face was also solemn as he shouted, "What sorcery did you just use?" "He sorcery? You can ask Li Yunxiao yourself," Ningqiu said with a faint smile. "He's just suffering from his own obsession." Yunxiao's face was pale. He lowered his head and saw a bloody hole in his chest. Blood gushed out of it for a while before it stopped. He raised his head and recalled what he had seen in the illusion, and his face became even paler. "I don't care what kind of evil spell you're using," Liao Xingqian said. "Li Yunxiao is now the leader of the Heavenly Martial Union, and we will never allow you to hurt him. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to face the combined attacks of all of us." He also knew that the ultimate was extraordinary, so he spoke of besieging first without fear, in case so many Void Extreme God Realm experts joined hands to besiege one person and become a laughingstock. After all, they were once peak existences, so they still wanted some face. Hee. Ningqiu gave him a contemptuous look, as if she did not care about him at all. Instead, she looked at Yunxiao with a smile and said softly, "You have to look straight into Ningqiu's heart. I fulfilled your wish. Are you satisfied?" Yunxiao's body trembled as he recalled the line of the poem, "El hope I turn into a butterfly in my dream, and the smoke will surround me forever." He felt as if a knight was being twisted in his heart, and a mouthful of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again. Gu Qingqing snorted. Young Master Yun, don't listen to her nonsense. You're in a very bad state right now. You've obviously fallen into her illusion. Go back and rest for a while. We'll beat this person to shit for you and help you vent your anger. She gave the water deity a look, signaling her to take Yun Xiao away. Yun Xiao's face was pale, and he did not say a word. He looked as if he had suddenly aged dozens of years, without any spirituality or luster. He let water deity help him retreat to the back. Gu Qingqing looked at Ning Qiue with a sneer and sneered. Demoness, let's see how you die now. A total of 5 Void Extreme Divine Realm experts surrounded Ning Qiue and Tian Si. They all looked at them with cold expressions and murderous intent. Ning Qiue smiled and did not take the 5 people seriously. She did not hide her disdain. Do it! Gu Qingqing shouted angrily. The aura on her body instantly exploded to the extreme, and countless red glows circled around her hands. The Liao brothers also formed their own hand seals, and terrifying star jades as vast as the sea condensed in front of them. Pan Yi simply clenched his fist, but there were runes flashing on his fist. It was as if a layer of faint light armor had condensed on the surface of his skin, and he was in the most ordinary fist position. Mo held the underworld wheel in front of him. After the battle in the sea forest, he had returned the ancient dust sword to Yun Xiao and kept the dark wheel for himself, as if he liked it very much. Because this wheel was incomparably sharp, almost every strike could easily see blood, and blood was what he desired the most. Ning Qiue glanced at the 5 people indifferently, but her eyes only stayed on Mo for a moment. In terms of strength, Yi had absorbed the blood of tens of thousands of sea tribe experts in the sea forest, and his cultivation was the highest among the 5. Moreover, a large amount of blood power had settled in his body and was still being digested and absorbed. If he had not come to the starry and lunar illusion, he would have returned to Yanwu to seclude himself in cultivation. The next time he came out, it would be a world apart. Even so, Ning Qiue only gave him a little more attention. She smiled and made a hand seal in front of her. A strange force appeared in the void, and her clear eyes turned bright red. With a demonic gaze, she looked at everyone with a smile. This is a Kasaya. Gu Qingqing and the others were all shocked. Ning Qiue had disappeared, and what was in front of them was a huge blood-red moon hanging in the sky. Not good. An illusion. Gu Qingqing screamed and closed her eyes in a hurry, but she opened them again in an instant. This was because if he closed his eyes, he would feel endless fear from the bottom of his heart. However, when he opened his eyes again, the time and space in front of him changed even more. He was in a dark universe that stretched as far as the eye could see, and he was falling deeper and deeper. Time and space continued to flow on his body, but he could not stop it. What frightened her was that this feeling seemed to be endless, and she would spend the rest of her life in this fall until she died. The other 4 people were also affected by the illusion, but the scene was different. However, the same thing was that the bodies of the 5 people became sluggish, and they stopped the moment they were about to attack, as if they were fixed in place. What? Duanmu Yoyu was shocked. That's the Huanhuan planet. 1,000 feet away from Ning Qiue. Everyone who looked at her could only see a red light and not a shadow. From the crack in the ground, a blood moon slowly rose and hung high in the sky. Yun Xiao trembled, and finally came back to his senses from that dazed state. Don't ever look at the moon. However, it was too late. Everyone stared at the blood moon in a daze. Even Bo Mu, Bo Long, and the Duanmu siblings were affected. The only ones who survived were Yun Xiao, Huang, and Al, who had set up an enchantment 10,000 feet away. However, even Desolate and Al were trembling inside. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat were dripping from their foreheads. The blinding red light and blood moon gave them an indescribable mental shock, and they were all in a daze. A layer of Warlock God's light covered Al-Hui's body to resist the demonic power of the blood moon. Through the boundless world of red light, he could vaguely see what was going on inside. Ning Qiue made a hand seal and did not move at all. Tian Si stood beside her with a sneer on her face. while Gu Qingqing and the other 4 were completely frozen. The 5 of them stood in the sky with sleepy faces. Their expressions were all different. Some were happy, some were sad, some were confused, some were angry, and some were furious. What kind of illusion is this? He can trap 5 void extreme god realm experts at once. Al was scared when he saw this, and when he looked at Yunxiao again, he was even more frightened. In Yunxiao's right eye, the lunar pupil burst out and occupied more than half of his face. The blood that extended out of the lunar pupil crawled all over his head and down his neck. Li Yunxiao! Al suddenly shouted, his heart filled with anxiety. Huang could not see what was inside the red light, but he could see Bo Mu and the others petrified, and Yunxiao's face changed. MR.AI. This ultimate is too strong. We're not its match. Why don't we leave while they're trapped here? He was afraid. If he was also affected by the illusion, he would be at their mercy. Such a terrifying power was unheard of, let alone seen with his own eyes. Previously, when he heard Yi mention that he had encountered several creation realm experts at once, he felt that it was an exaggeration and an exaggeration. However, from the looks of it now, even a creation realm existence might not be able to block this terrifying illusion. He finally realized that his knowledge was shallow and that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. Ale's face was also pale. It had completely lost its sense of propriety and didn't know what to do. Although he had heard that the ultimate was powerful, judging from the strength of Yunxiao and the others, the 6 void extreme divine realm existences were enough to destroy the world. No matter how strong the ultimate was, it would most likely be able to deal with them. No matter how bad it was, it shouldn't be a problem to fight with the ultimate until both sides were injured. Who knew that the moment the ultimate attacked, they were all instantly killed? Just as Al Hui lost his cool, he suddenly fixed his eyes on Yunxiao and saw a monstrous demonic aura surging out of him. His arms were covered with demonic runes, which were fighting against the power of the lunar pupil. Yunxiao's body kept trembling as he gradually raised his hand, as if it was very difficult. His right hand was raised in the air, and a demonic light condensed at his fingertips. He turned his hand and stabbed his right eye. Ah! Al shivered as he looked at it. He could not bear to look at it. Swish! The demonic light pierced through his right eye and came out from the back of his head. Blood spurted out from the back of his head. Not only Al and Huang, but Ning Keyue and Tian Si also stared at him coldly. The moon eye was injured and struggled violently for a few moments before finally retracting back into its right eye. The blood veins and tentacles on his head were retracted, and his face returned to normal. In fact, it was not normal. His right eye was a bloody mess, half of his face was covered in blood, and there was a hole in the back of his head. He looked as terrifying as a ghost. Oh, Yingluo is really troublesome, Yingluo. Tian Si took out her dagger axe and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yunxiao in an instant and sweeping it horizontally. Yunxiao's left pupil constricted, then turned into a black demon eye and shot out a beam of light. Bang! The sword death, Zhan Hong, responded and blocked the dagger axe. The sword light spread out, and a sword realm spread out around Yunxiao, shaking Tian Si away. The god welcomes the 3 lights. Tian Si's expression changed slightly. He raised his dagger axe with one hand, and it transformed into a streak of golden light. Like a blazing sun in the sky, it struck down violently. Sword World! Yunxiao cried out in a deep voice as he held the sword with one hand in front of him. A powerful sword beam exploded in an instant, shaking with the light of the dagger axe, turning into boundless light waves that rumbled in all directions. Desolate and Al's expressions changed drastically. The barrier's power was shaking violently from this attack. If they were to make a few more moves, it would be difficult to maintain the barrier. Tian Si was pushed back hundreds of feet by Yunxiao's sword beam, and he snorted gloomily as he said, "Your strength is improving very quickly." Yunxiao's face was terrifying. Without saying a word, he touched the sword with an incantation seal, which transformed into tens of thousands of sword beams and thrust out. A wave of sword shadows instantly rippled down from the sky, transforming into over 100 sword talismans that landed around Tion's eye. The densely packed sword shadows were all over the place. Tion's heart jolted in shock, and he looked around warily with his dagger axe in hand. Sweeping his gaze across the area, he immediately found the weak point and slashed down.